We do get requests for Portuguese,
Mm.
but
And
we
it's
don't.
very similar.
It's very
It's
similar,
very
yeah.
similar. Is a matter of fact, there's I guess a dialect that they call Portuñol, which is like let's sound
Portuguese and Spanish.
yeah, something like Spanglish, you
Yeah.
know, where and he might be reaching a lot of people that way. I mean, if I can help him at all, but my Spanish is not that good because I came to this country when I was 4 years old, so I went through all English school. The only reason I know Spanish is because there were so many of us in the Miami area, and that my aunts, after I get home from school, they would sit me down and I would have to learn Spanish from them. They made Spanish also.
Oh,
So, because like most of my niece and nephews now, the younger ones, they or my granddaughters, it's more English. It's
Mm.
less every. Uh, I guess every
Generation.
group, every generation starts losing it more and more.
Mm.
that's a shame because Spanish is very viable here in this country, obviously.
Yeah, right now it is. Not all for good, but yes, there's a lot
But
of
we'll do as much as we can. Uh,
yeah. We'll
this
help them as well.
Phyllis, we'll see if they reach out. We'll try to help them out. Okay.
this is the thank you. This is the scarf that Kate sent me. It's
I
got
was
Wow.
gonna say, I love it.
yeah, it's pretty. I'm not
Yeah.
really bald yet, but I thought I'd wear it. Lou likes for
But it
me to
looks nice.
thank
I
you.
I have something similar that I wear here and there. With it's pretty.
Is this just supposed to hang down? I guess. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you can do that. You can do kind of a bow with it, but that hanging like that is one way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Hello, Bruce.
hello, Bruce. Shabbat
Hello,
shalom to
Dave. Hello
everybody.
to everyone.
Shabbat shalom to everybody.
Hello, Father. Hello, Mother. Here I am at Camp Granada. Y'all
Oh
remember
God, that
that
brings
song?
back memories. That's way back.
Oh, I go way back, hon.
I have that book in my second grade classroom.
You had what?
I have that book in my second grade classroom.
What book?
Hello, Mudda, hello, Fada. I do. My
I
kids get a lot of old school stuff.
uh,
I don't care. The parents love it.
I didn't know it was a book. I just remembered the song.
Well, I think it's a kid's book, so they might have, Yeah, I remember the song too. It's funny.
Oh, Danny, did you get my letter, or I don't remember what I sent you, but I sent you something. I can't hear you.
No, I didn't get anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I I don't know
Awesome
what
to see you.
Awesome
Good
to
to see
see
you,
you, Danny.
Danny.
Hi, everybody. I don't know how long I could stay, but figured I'd pop in and say hey.
how's your shoulder?
Shoulder. I had surgery on the shoulder. They said they cleaned out arthritis in the joint, but my bicep was just trashed, so now it's a monocept. one of the points of the bicep, I think it was to the humerus, is gone. They couldn't reattach it. So, for the most part, I got great mobility, fairly decent strength. Um, but what ails me now is my legs, everything lower than my hips. So I got some stenosis, spinal stenosis in my lower back, and that's my limiting factor. But for the most part, I'm okay.
It sure is good to see you. Oh
Yeah,
my.
thanks. Yeah, I figured um, my wife had gone to a farmer's market or something. I figured she's probably coming back soon, but I figured, well, let me pop in before everything, and I'll just say hey to everybody. Yeah,
I'm so glad you did, honey.
been a long time. Yeah. So I even tried to get my mother-in-law to come on this year. She is a
Really?
cat. Oh, she's a devout Catholic, but
Oh,
but she's willing to learn things. She just, she just doesn't. She thinks that everything I believe is the same thing she believes. And I said, well, you believe in the Trinity? Oh no, I don't. I'm like, well, that's like hardcore Catholic there. Yeah, I mean, she actually had at one time she actually had a statue of some lady that she couldn't leave for very long. I'm like, heck, you talk. Even my brother-in-law and sister-in-law were kind of laughing at that, and they are devout SECC people. You know what that means, fellas.
FCC, yeah.
Yeah, SECC, kind of like right down the road from you. So, but whatever, they even thought it was crazy. So, yeah, but she is a very nice person. I doubt very much you'll see her, but her name is Pat. If she does try to get in, she'll be happy to talk to anybody about whatever. She just doesn't, she's 82 and she's had a lifelong of Catholicism. Yeah,
We'd love to get her on here. Every
yeah, I
one of us
tried.
could
I
help
gave
her.
it. I gave it a link. What 2 days ago? I
But
gave it a link, and I said, you should be on there on Saturday. Yeah.
did you watch Mark's program last night? That was
No,
exactly he was talking about Trinitarianism. You should watch it.
I do.
It's
I,
okay.
yeah, I do. I watch. I or at least try to watch everything after. It's
After
just I. If I alienate my wife, then she'll be alienated. She will just like drop off. So it's hard to do this solo. Let me tell you,
you're doing a balancing
it's hard. Yeah.
act.
Yep. It's very, very hard. But I mean, trying. I'm trying to work it out here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But if anybody would like to pray about my legs and my lower back, I mean, it is terrible. At night, I'm laying in bed at night and I'm just in major pain. I mean, the dogs will be up on the bed and they're just running away from me because I'm rolling like a pig on a spit. You know, I, I'm just, it's just very uncomfortable. But
I
hey,
I'm familiar with that too, Danny. I've got
yeah, yeah.
my legs hurt a lot too.
We got a new little puppy.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
we see him?
Yeah, let me get him. There he is. He is like 4.5 months old. That's it.
What kind of puppy is he?
He is Havapoo. Man, Koji, Koji, come here, you. Wait. There we are. There we are.
Oh,
That is Koji, our newest. He is bigger than the other two.
oh my goodness! And he's a puppy.
He is a puppy. He is 3 months. No, 4.5 months old. All right, there you go. There you go. Say hi, baby. Say hi. Say hi. Go lick everybody. He loves to lick. Go lick everybody. Go ahead. But yeah, this is how do I turn this thing? View. No, that's not it. Okay. Well, I don't know how to turn it, but I'll just turn it like that. That's the black one is Luna.
Oh,
The that's Koji back there,
what's
and
the
then
black one's name?
Luna, and then Maggie just ran out. Maggie is the first one we got. That's her, and she, a friend of ours came from Florida, and she loved Maggie so much that she wanted to get a dog. So the dog that she got was the sister of Koji. right here, the guy I'm petting. The black one is Luna, and she is the mother of Maggie. The breeder didn't want to have her anymore. She wanted to reform her, and uh, so we took her because I mean that's terrible. She was only 1 year old on her first cycle when she was inseminated with Maggie, and you know her that litter. So they were just breeders. They were just not nice, not good. And the day after we got Luna, because the lady was pregnant. She was like, I can't do this. I can't have a pet. The day after, she posted on Facebook that she got this golden retriever. But I mean, whatever. We got her. Luna is. We didn't name her. We would not have named her Luna, but she is the sweetest of the three. She's very, very kind, very loving. You know, she just wants to be picked up all the time and whatnot. Koji is a gavone. He'll eat everything, and he just wants to play because he's a baby. And Maggie, wherever she is, Maggie Maggie wants none of it. You know, she was the king dog of the house until Koji came, and so she's no longer bigger than Koji, and and he's just playing. He doesn't know that he's quickly moving to the top of the the pecking order between the dogs. They're all the same to us, even though they have different mannerisms and different things that they do. We love them all the same, but they're just a lot of fun. We got to house break Koji though. He's still not there. And that's a bit of a point of stress for my wife and me, but we deal with it. Oh boy. So, I had rebuilt my master bathroom, and while I was on disability now, of course, in pain and all of that, one day's work took me a week. Because there were a lot of times I just couldn't do anything because of too much pain. But I finished that. Now I did that, and now I'm in the middle of. I am in the middle of doing the half bath, and that's what we got now. It is. Oh wait, down here. Yeah, that's what we got now.
Oh boy.
It's all tore up, all torn out. Well, not all. Tile's got to come out. That's the next job for either after sundown tonight or tomorrow. Yeah. So I'll actually have my 25-year-old do that. He's done that kind of work before. I started. I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So I'll get him to do that. If I could figure out how to show you pictures of the upstairs bathroom, the master bath, that is gorgeous. Oh my goodness, that's gorgeous.
Well,
I
maybe that's something we can talk about after the show.
yeah. But I'll try to get back on then. I'm sure that Gabrielle won't be out all that time. But if she is, hey, I'm ready. I'm ready. I got my Besora with me.
Well, we're studying in Luke.
Oh, okay, good. All righty. I'll flip to that area there.
So somebody told us the chapter, and I didn't hear it. What's the chapter in Luke?
22.
Oh, yeah, I was reading 7, so I was close. There we go. Well, great. Yeah, I'll be there following along with you or on my own. But either way, So it is good to chat with you all, and Phyllis, did you guys lose power earlier today?
Today?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
We
no,
didn't lose
lost
power during the storm either, did you?
No, not during the storm, but we lost for a couple hours this morning.
Hmm.
Yeah, weird. But now I was supposed to get an epidural on Monday at Baptist East Point, and they called up and said, "Well, we don't have any power here, so you can't come."
When I went in for my infusion on Tuesday, the people in Baptist East that were in East Point had to come to the St. Matthew's location to get their infusion because they didn't have any power.
Amazing. You would think that
Hey,
hospitals would.
Steve. Hey, Steve. I didn't know you were going to be seen today. What are you up to? Yeah, we can't hear you.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
We hear you just fine. Yeah.
Awesome. No, I'm still getting my Sabbath days taken off. That'll happen in about a month. So I'm sneaking off after lunch, and I'm trying to shift my schedule so I can attend the meeting. I just felt bad holding the spot, so it's awesome. So
Oh. Well,
how's everybody doing?
where are you right now?
Oh, I'm in my room. My work computer's in front of me, but I figure this way I can set up the computer instead of holding my phone. But my sound card, I use it for music recording, like guitar and everything and songs, but it burned out. So I figure, okay, I'll use this to see if it works. But it's awesome. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good. Have you met Danny?
Hey, Danny, how you doing? Awesome.
Hey, man, I'm good.
Reading yesterday was great. Like
The Trinitarian, what Mark was talking about, the Trinitarian.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I always thought about, but I'm like, it makes complete sense. But I was just sitting there watching. I was sort of falling asleep near the end, but I was just which I thought was really.
I don't understand how somebody could reject the Trinity and yet accept three individual deities, like Mark was showing us last night.
Yeah.
Did anybody else get that? I mean, I wouldn't go from make that leap.
That's awesome. Speaking of leaps, I'm trying to think which one of Lou's books I just finished. I've read like 5 of them now. I'm trying to keep track of like which ones I've read, which has just been amazing. And I don't know, even talking to people as far as like testimony, it's been fascinating. I'm even getting my mom into this, which is really cool. Hopefully she'll come around. But anyway, I don't want to take over. Hi everybody. Just gonna make sure everybody's cool. And how are you doing though, Phyllis? How's everything health-wise, and you're feeling all right? Because I worry about you.
I'm getting into the more. Oh, hi, Ike and Sharon. I'm getting into the more difficult part as they pile on. I get tired. If I move from one room to the next, I have to stop and wait for the pain in my legs to go away.
I can imagine.
But that's the worst part of it, I think. And the chemo brain, I can't think very well, but I'm getting through it.
Cool. Only a little bit left, right? Or
I think 4 more treatments. Okay. They're not really sure until they run some tests to see how I'm doing.
Okay. Gotcha. That's awesome.
When I stuff, I think it's just another example that Yosha wants us to slow down a bit, and sometimes he puts people in our lives who don't know him to be a witness to him, and sometimes it's a way of learning how to trust each other, because we're supposed to be one body, one mind. We're not to have grudges and claim ourselves to be part of the body. We can't do that. So you're either in or out, or you're a scattered sheep mixed in with infiltrators and false shepherds in the mix. I've discerned them in every area, but not everybody is like that. Nobody fits in all the categories. So I understand. I think as we get older, we need to know how to trust each other and be able to trust by the Spirit in the first Hakadesh.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I'm 44 now, and I feel great. Decade of my life, I felt I'm gonna see the next one, or who knows? Maybe I would, maybe I won't. But I'm so glad I have it.
Absolutely.
You're getting a lot of interference on your mic, Bruce. We can't hear everything you're saying. We just hear some of what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like Phyllis, like if you tell Lou, it's like I am the way he writes these books. Like I literally just finished The Lie, remember, and it's funny. Like I never thought of which order to read these, but here's Yahuwah. Like it's funny because the way that I read them, the next book reference is the book that I just read. And it's like it ties it all together, and it's just fascinating. I can't get enough. I literally on my time off, like I wish I could increase that $3 thing to more on YouTube. You know what I mean? Which I know I can go to the website and do the monthly thing because all I do is sit, and now I'm watching the videos. It's him and the guy from Australia, which you appear on a lot of time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What $3 thing are you talking about, Dave?
Oh, I know on YouTube. I think it's like a $2.99 subscription.
Oh,
Yeah, but that's only $2.99. I know on the website I can up it to like 10 or 50 or I think, which I'm definitely, because it's almost like I'm subscribed to the Lou channel now. Like all I do is I've watched all the him on the podium, and then now it's him, and I forgot the guy's name from Australia, the hair stylist guy, and but anyway, like just tell Lou that he's awesome and that I feel like I'm hanging out listening, but it's just for some way it's praise Yahuwah. It's just like anytime I have a question in either the book or something I'm watching, it's like he makes it appear, and it's just like fascinating. So you guys are awesome. So
well, it's all to the esteem of Yahusha. It's his words that he's working through Lou, and I'm honored just to know my husband.
You're awesome. Definitely awesome. I appreciate you, and that's where I always think and pray about what you're going through. So my heart's with you, and so much love, and to everybody. Like anyway, cool. I know. Let's see.
Shabbat Shalom, Natsarim.
Shalom.
Awesome. That's awesome.
All right. We're on Luke chapter 22 today. Possibly we'll get done with Luke today. I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. There's a lot in here because now we're getting into, the sacrifice of the Lamb of Yahuwah and everything leading up to that and his resurrection and ascension type deal. And so a lot to go over. I'm hoping we finish Luke today, but we'll see how it goes. If not, we'll save the last chapter for next week. But we'll see how it goes. Appreciate the full house. I need to get a reader here, Phil.
Yes, sir. I have a bit of a gravelly voice, so just so
that
you
was
know.
funny.
And the bird is going to be, well, the instructor said I missed last week, so I got to pay my penance.
I love that bird.
Yeah. Quiet, Casper. Okay. We're on chapter 22, verse 1. And the festival of unleavened bread drew near, which is called Passover.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
so the festival of unleavened bread drew near, which is called Passover. This is clear. This is solid proof that everything about Pesach is called Pesach, everything around it. So here we're seeing that it says the festival of unleavened bread is called Passover. Now, is that making sense to everybody? Why is that? Why is the festival of unleavened bread called Passover? Somebody.
I'm only clear that it do with the Old Testament and where the doors were marked, so then that way everybody living on the marked doors would, when the Spirit would pass over them, everybody would survive. And everything in the Old Testament was in some form a way of pointing to Yahushua.
Yeah. Okay, so the festival itself of unleavened bread, of Bikurim, of a Passover, is all about the Passover lamb. It's all about Yahushua, right? who is our Passover lamb. So that's why everything is it's called Passover, because it's all about the Passover lamb of Yahuwah. Everybody see that? Okay, and so for the Galileans, the northern and southern Galileans up north in Ephraim, they had an extension that they observed, which was called the Last Supper in English, and the Seder Sekik in Hebrew, or the Last Supper, was celebrated by the Galileans up north. It was not celebrated by the southern kingdom of Yehuda and Benjamin. They didn't celebrate the Last Supper. Okay, so we need to understand that, and even the Galileans called the Last Supper Passover. It was called Passover as well. And so to us, maybe that's a little bit confusion. Okay, wait a minute now. The Last Supper's Passover, Passover's Passover, unleavened bread's Passover, Bikram's Passover, right? And so it gets us scratching our head. But what we need to see is that it's all about Yahusha, the Passover lamb. And so the word Passover engulfs all of this entire appointed times in the springtime. There's 4 appointed times in the spring, or we call it the summer, if you will. The Scripture calls it summer, and it's and they've all been fulfilled by Yahusha, precisely and accurately. So out of the 7 appointed times, 4 has been fulfilled. 4 predictions are fulfilled. He did them already. There's only 3 left that's unfulfilled, and those are in the wintertime or the fall, if you will. And he will not fulfill them until his second coming. The first 4 was fulfilled at his first coming. The last 3, which is unfulfilled, will be filled at his second coming. Any questions, thoughts, or comments? Everybody understand that the Last Supper, Passover, unleavened bread, Bikram, and even counting the weeks, the Shabboth is Passover. Okay. Any questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, that's the first time I ever heard that even Shavuot is Passover.
Yeah. And you don't hear that much, okay? But I did include that because when do we start the count of weeks? When do we do that? Festival of Weeks is what it's called. Ra'ul?
We start counting it the first day after the weekly Shavuot in unleavened bread.
Okay. So after the weekly Shabbat during unleavened bread.
Yeah, you count 7 Shabbats plus 1 that will be Shavuot.
Shavuot. Okay. Everybody understand that? What we're doing? 7 times 7 is 49 days. So the morrow after is Pentecost or Shavuot. What happens on Shavuot? What happens?
Giving of the commandment.
They were given the commandments. Raul? Go ahead, Raul.
The Mike and Yami answer. And also, yes, the 10 Commandments were given at I think Mount Sinai when Yahuwah gave the tablets to Moshe. I'm not sure what I'm gonna say next, but I think also the receiving of the Ruach HaKodesh in the upper room.
Okay. So the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh All right. On all flesh, which was a fulfillment of the prophecy in Joel chapter 2, fulfilled that prophecy. What else? What happened at Sinai? Was there a wedding at Sinai?
What the wedding
Was there a
covenant?
wedding
Covenant.
There was the wedding covenant was the 10 Debarim, correct? And was there a wedding feast? Yes, there was. There was a wedding feast at Sinai, and all the elders, the Levites, and Moses, all saw Yahuwah standing at the base of Sinai as they ate and drank. They saw him with their eyes. So the giving of the covenant. What covenant? What covenant?
The marriage covenant.
The marriage covenant. The 10 Debarim is your wedding vows that you must maintain in order to stay married to your husband, which is Yahuwah.
No, let iron sharpen iron here, but I know that further on in the New Testament, it says not that you do not need to make vows or oaths, but let your yes be yes and your no be no. Everything else is of the devil. So wouldn't yes be saying yes also mean that you're promising to do everything, whether it's by yourself or with extra help, to serve and keep your promise?
Yeah, well, what you're talking about is a totally different subject than what we're talking about, Bruce. So when you take your wedding vows, okay, you're vowing to be obedient. You're vowing to be loyal and love your husband and put him above all others. And so this is a covenant, and you say yes to that covenant, and you vow to keep those marriage vows, in the marriage covenant is a little bit different than swearing by Yahuwah's name that you're going to do something. And that's what you're talking about. And so when you take that vow, or really what you're doing is you're swearing to, so it's like this. Well, I swear in Yahuwah's name that I'm going to come on sparking you Jah every Shabbat. Okay. And then you don't do it. You just broke that vow. You're in big trouble. So that's what that scripture is saying is don't do that. Because when you make a vow or you swear in the name of Yahuwah that you're going to do something and you don't do it, now you're in big trouble. See, so this is a different subject. It's a totally different context. Okay. But in a way, it's not, because when you take the marriage vows and you promise, you swear, you take the vow that you're going to uphold them and you're going to be loyal to your husband and keep those marriage vows, and then you break them, the penalty's death. And so in a way, you're in big trouble if you even break those vows. See, so you have to enter into the covenant, the marriage covenant, in order to be delivered. You have to. Okay. And so this is, taking this oath, this vow to be obedient to our husband is something we can't avoid. We need to become, if we want to be married to him and be his bride, you have to. But you don't have to swear or take a vow in his name that you're going to do something that's really impossible for you to do. And that's what Scripture is explaining when it says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Don't swear in the name of Yahuwah, because now if you break that vow, then you're going to be in big trouble. Okay. Any other questions, comments, or thoughts? Phyllis?
I just like to think about how he said today, I put blessings and cursings before you, life and death, and choose life.
Right. Go ahead, Davey.
On that same note, I think that's what's been my biggest thing is ever since I accepted Yahuwah is following the commandments. You know, like not making any excuses and really saying, "Hey, I'm married. There's no turning back. There's no deterring, and there's no making any excuses." And that's the one thing. So I love that you're going over this because it's awesome.
Okay. Anybody else? Way up and Joshua drop. Okay. Any other questions, thoughts, or comments on Passover and why everything is called Passover? So in order for us to correctly identify the day, the particular festival or day that Scripture's talking about, when it says Passover, we'll need to read in context in order to identify the proper day, whether it be Bikram or unleavened bread or whatever it is. So as soon as you see Passover, you can't assume that that's talking about the preparation day. You got to read further in context in order to identify. Okay? Everybody on board with that? All right, Phil, let's continue on now.
Verse 2, and the chief priests and the scribes were seeking how to kill him, for they feared the people. And Shaitan entered into Yehuda, who was called a man from Corinth, who was counted among the 12. And he went and spoke to the chief priests and captains, how he might deliver him up to them. And they were glad and agreed to give him silver. And he promised and was seeking an occasion to deliver him up to them away from the crowds. And the time of the unleavened bread approached when the Passover had to be slaughtered.
Okay, stop. Okay. And so here we seeing Satan possessing Judas, Yehuda, and then doing an evil plot through him as he goes into and talks to the priests and captains, the chief priests and stuff, basically the Sanhedrin, in order to offer them his service to identify Yahusha for some silver. And they agreed to do this. Why do you suppose that they had to hire Judas to identify Yahusha when they knew what he looked like?
That.
Go ahead, Davey.
I was reading somewhere about, not that I get into the whole like shape shifting type of whatever, but I'm sorry, I wasn't following Scripture when I was saying this, but I found it interesting that somebody said that he could appear differently to whoever he wants to. You know what I mean? Like he could come one way to the disciples and seem a different way to other people. That's almost like when they saw him after the resurrection, you know, at the sea, they didn't recognize him up front. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. So yeah.
So he could actually appear as anybody he wanted to, or anything he wanted to. We have plenty of evidence of this. He appeared as a man in a burning bush. He appeared as a cloud, a pillar of a cloud, pillar of fire, an oven. He appeared as a man. He appeared as a messenger. You know, he could do whatever he wanted. So obviously, it describes him as not being recognized throughout Scripture, and we're going to get into this deeper here toward the at the end of this chapter. But for right now, let's just say that he could shape shift and become anything he wanted to do. I mean, Scripture's full of the evidence. We can't deny it. Not only could he shape shift, he could defy gravity. He could disappear. He could come and go anywhere he wanted to. He could translate himself from one place to another within a split second. And he could walk through solid walls. He could walk on water. He could do a lot of things. Okay, he was not restricted.
I love that.
And so, go ahead, Bruce.
I love how Yahushua says that for those who believe, they will do the same things as he did and greater. So that got me contemplating on the last couple of days, like 3 or 4 days, looking up the different things that he has done and listening to testimonies, asking for discernment of other people, that other people are actually telling the truth or not. And saying, like, can it still apply to today? And then I asked why I haven't done those things. And that's because of either lack of faith, belief, or lack of belief, or sometimes even the fear of the unknown. So I think this is just an example that Yahushua is calling on us to actually put into practice the very same things that you've been seeing all throughout the scriptures, but only as the Ruach HaKodesh allows it. You know?
Do you suppose that Yahushua may have been talking about the first resurrection when we receive our immortal bodies, that we could do what he does and even more? Or is he talking about us here in this carbon copy world where we're limited? Go ahead, Danny.
Okay.
I was just wondering your take on like the donkey that spoke back to Bash, I don't know, I can't remember. Balaam? Was it Balaam? Yeah, I think it was. Do you think that was Yahusha?
Well, I think Yahuwah opened up the donkey's vocal cords where he could talk.
Okay,
I
good.
think animals could talk in the Garden of Eden, and I think they're going to be able to talk in the eternal reign. I believe animals will be resurrected and will be in the eternal reign as well, and we'll be able to talk to them. Go ahead, Davey. Can't hear you, brother.
I was gonna say, Raul, that's the first thing that popped in my head. So I'm just saying, that's fascinating because it was just like, that's Old Testament stuff, and so amazing. Praise Yahuwah. So keep going.
Go ahead, Ike.
Sorry about that. But one thing that blows me away about what we just read is I know it all had to take place, but during the Feast of Passover, the priests were actually plotting. Instead of having the feast in the heart, praising Yah, they were seeking to kill him. And that just blows me away during that time, you know?
Yeah, Scripture is very clear that they were plotting to destroy him. They were plotting to kill him. And so they were doing this because people were paying more attention to Yahusha than they were the priests. And the priests were jealous and they were envious, you know. Their pride was getting in their way, and they wanted him stopped. You know, they wanted to be the ones that everybody gave attention to and focused on. And so this is, you know, it's really kind of eerie to me that they wanted to be recognized, you know, above Yahusha, and they were willing to kill him in order to get that recognition. Very eerie to me that humanity is like that. You know, sometimes the way that humans act kind of depresses us and makes us, you know, stand back and lose our faith in humanity. But then all of a sudden a hero will come along, or someone that will do something amazing, like sacrifice their life for someone else, and it restores our faith in humanity. It blows our mind, right? Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question. Yahusha could have hid himself from Judah also. Isn't this kind of also to keep the prophecy that one of them would turn him in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he knew. Yeah, Yahuwah told the Lamb of Yahuwah, the human nature, out of the dual natures of Yahusha, his human nature, what to do. He didn't know anything, what to do or what to say until Yahuwah told him. And so he waited for the Father, and so that he could get instructions on what he should say or what he should do. He knew nothing, and he didn't say anything until he received them instructions from the Father. Scripture's pretty clear. And so he was following his instructions. He knew that, Yehuda was going to betray him. And he knew the hour that was going to happen. And so it was Yahuwah's will for it to happen. And so Yahusha, went along with the plan. He had no choice. He was compelled. Go ahead, Raul.
Yeah, like in verse 8, let's see. In verse 7, where it says, "And the time of the unleavened bread approached when Passover had to be slaughtered." So he was up in time too. It was the correct time for him to be turned in, because the next day was preparation day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he knew that. He knew that his time was concluded. And that it was time for him to suffer and to die, and that's the reason he came. Yahuwah did not die, but the Lamb of Yahuwah did. And that's what he came to do. Everybody following along? Go ahead, Sharon.
Following what Ike had said, can you imagine walking among all that, what he was talking about, where all the Pharisees and Sadducees and their importance? But also, I thought about, isn't that the copycat Hasatan or Shaitan? The same thing. He wants to be Yahusha. Can you imagine? He's reflecting that. There was something else I wanted to say. And yes, he had it timed out exactly. And that word "had" in there was kind of important and his love for us. He had to shed that fleshly skin, that lamb.
Okay, so in 7 where it says, "In the time of unleavened bread," okay, the time of unleavened bread approached when the Passover had to be slaughtered. Okay, so does this mean that this was the Passover day? Was this prep day? Was it prep day? It says the time of unleavened bread. This is why it's very important to read slow. "In the time of unleavened bread approached when the Passover had to be slaughtered." It's saying two different things here, isn't it? Go ahead, Raul.
Wasn't it after sunset already? Wouldn't it be considered prep day? When they came and took him, wasn't it an evening?
Have they taken him yet?
Or maybe I read wrong. I'm sorry. Because they haven't had the supper yet, I guess. So
Yeah, they haven't taken him yet. He hasn't ate the Last Supper yet. The only thing that's happened is Satan entered Yehuda. He went to the chief priests and made a deal to identify Yehuda and to identify Yehuda. That's the only thing that's really happened.
I went ahead.
Yeah. And so it's saying here, and the time of unleavened bread approached, but had not come yet. So it was within eye distance. In other words, it was close, the unleavened bread. And when the Passover had to be slaughtered, the Passover wasn't slaughtered until prep day, the day before unleavened bread. Okay. And so this is saying two different things. So Neither one of these have came yet. And so what's this talking about? The day before Passover. What happens on the day before Passover for the Galileans?
Last Supper.
Yeah, they eat the Last Supper as soon as it gets dark. At the beginning of the prep day. That's when they eat their Passover. Now, just the Galileans did that. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Everybody still on board here? Okay. All righty then. We got one opening here available if anybody would like to join us on the live broadcast. We like to maintain a full house. Don't be shy. Come on in. Love to see you. Any questions on this? So this is the day before prep day. Is what this is saying in a roundabout way. It's kind of confusing because it says approached, unleavened bread has approached when the Passover had to be slaughtered. It's approaching, it hasn't come yet. And don't forget, they call everything's Passover, even the Last Supper. Galileans even called the Last Supper Passover. Okay, so we're all on board with that. Okay, Phil.
Verse 8. And he set Kepha and Euchanan, saying, go to prepare the Passover for us to eat. And they said to him, where do you wish us to prepare? And he said to them, see, as you enter into the city, a man shall meet you carrying a jug of water. Follow him into the house that he enters. And you say to the master of the house, the teacher says to you, where is the guest room where I might eat Passover with my Talmud? And he shall show you a large finished upper room. Prepare it there. And going, they found it as he had said to them, and they prepared the Passover.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, and so they prepared the Passover. So what's happening here? What's Yahushua sending them to prepare what meal? And he's calling it the Passover. Is it the actual Passover lamb? What is it? Phyllis?
It's the Last Supper that the Galileans call Passover.
Exactly. Raul?
It's the same.
The same. In agreement. It's the Last Supper.
And this is the Passover that the Galileans called. It's the Last Supper the Galileans called Passover. Okay? How do we know that for sure? How can we rightly say that? Raul?
Because Yahusha was going to be the lamb that would be slaughtered the next day.
Exactly. Because Yahushua was the Passover lamb this year. And during this particular point in time, he would be our Passover lamb. Okay. And so if he was our Passover lamb, then he can't be eating the Passover meal that's not eaten until it becomes dark on the first day of unleavened bread, on the Shabbat. That's when they eat the Passover, between the time it turns dark and midnight. And they eat it in haste. And since he was the Passover lamb this year, then he couldn't have ate the Passover meal. And so this is absolutely talking about the Last Supper. Is everybody on board with this? Because this is highly misunderstood. And the circus uses these verses to prove. They try to say that Yahushua ate the Passover meal. Of course, they don't have a Passover lamb, do they? What's Christianity have? They don't have a Passover lamb. What do they have? Raul? They have a Passover pig. Passover ham, not a
They,
Passover lamb.
they have a
Go ahead.
Passover ham.
A Passover ham, not a Passover lamb. And so they're kind of confused, to say the least. Go ahead, Davey.
Didn't they get the dates backwards in the starting in the Bible that they use, that resurrection was, I don't know. I was thinking about something I was reading before. How they got, like, how could they do Passover before something? But never mind.
That's an error on their part, where they say it's, on the first day of unleavened bread, go prepare the Passover meal, and the Passover was already done before the first day of unleavened bread. That's an error in the King James version.
Yep. Just like the word, the Ishtar word. We won't talk about that. But that's awesome.
They're very confused about all this. They really are. Go ahead, Sharon. Ike.
It's on.
No.
It's on.
Right there at the beginning of verse 8, when he said he set Kepha and Yochanan. Now, Yochanan is the one he loved. Lazarus is Eleazar. Is that true? Is that him there?
I don't think so. I think this Yehuchanan is one of the sons of thunder.
Okay.
Although the pupil whom Yahusha loved hung out with Peter quite a bit, this mentions the 12.
Okay.
You see that back over here where it's in verse 3, where it says he was counted among the 12.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yes.
And so I think this is, since it's identifying the 12, that this would be Peter and Yehuchanan, one of the sons of thunder. Although it's very rare that Yehuchanan would be without his brother Yaakov, because they were like glue, stuck together at the hip, right? But we know that Kepha, Yehuchanan, and Yaakov, the sons of thunder, were his three main Talmudim. They got to go with him places that nobody else got to go. He would take them and separate them from the others and take him with him quite a few times in Scripture. At the Mount of Transfiguration, he entered the house to raise the little girl back from the dead. That's who he took, Kepha and the sons of thunder. And so they were kind of like the inside Talmudim, inside circle. They went with him everywhere he went. Okay? So I think this is. I don't think it's Eleazar. Not in this case. Mainly because it mentions among the 12, it's identifying the 12, or I see the 12 at this particular time. Everybody see that? Okay. Any other questions, comments, or thoughts? Okay, Bill.
Verse 14. And when the hour had come, he sat down, and the 12 emissaries with him. And he said to them, with desire I have desired to eat this Passover with you before my suffering. For I say to you, I shall certainly not eat of it again until it is concluded in the reign of Elohim.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this right here is proof positive that the Galileans called the Last Supper Passover. And then interestingly, he says, I shall certainly not eat of it again until it is concluded in the reign of Elohim. What's that mean?
To the next age.
What'd you say?
Until the next age.
Raul?
He was kind of letting them know that he'd be gone the next day, that he wouldn't be able to have the Passover meal.
Very good. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, the marriage supper of the Lamb when he comes into fruition.
Exactly. Okay, until it is concluded in the reign of Yahuwah. Very good. In the reign of Elohim. Is the reign of Elohim the eternal reign or the millennium reign? Concluded in the reign of Elohim. Is she talking about the eternal reign or the millennium reign? Ike?
Well, whenever they say the reign of Yahuwah, I think the eternal reign. But Yahusha is Yahuwah. So, I mean, it could be talking about the 1,000-year reign. I'm not for sure.
Anybody else?
I think it's both.
Yeah.
What's that?
He used the word concluded. That's the key word right there.
Which indicates what, Bruce?
The key word concluded in the reign of Elohim.
Yeah. Would indicate what? The
There's no,
millennium reign or the eternal reign?
there's no way it can be the eternal reign because there's no way to conclude it. It's not even a question of that. It's
What's concluded mean? Look over at John 7:8. Go ahead, Raul.
I think it's in the eternal reign, because I might be wrong, but I think the final judgment comes after the millennium reign, and that's when everything gets concluded, as Bruce says.
That's correct. And so it's the eternal reign, okay? And yes, after the white throne judgment comes after the millennium reign, and then everything's concluded, okay? The wrong will never see the bride. The wrong never gets to see the new city, Jerusalem, coming down from the sky. They don't get to see it, man. It's concluded. Only those who are delivered will be gets to see the new city. The wrong does not get to see it. Look over at John 7:8 for more clarification on that word concluded. Yehukanan 7:8 says, "You go up to this festival. I am not yet going to this festival, for my time has not yet been concluded." See that? So his time walking in the dust has not come to an end yet. Okay, but here in Luke 22, it has. It's coming to an end. And so his time will be concluded here on the earth as a man. His sonship will have been concluded or ended. Okay, on the earth, but not in the Shemaim, but it will. The sonship will end. And we're going to get to that here pretty soon. We're going to get to that when we get down here to verse 37. And I'll show you that the sonship will end, totally end, not partially. Go ahead, Ike.
So is it safe to say that whenever it says Yahuwah's reign, it's talking the eternal reign? And when they say Yahusha's reign, they're talking about the 1,000-year reign.
That's right.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
it said Elohim, so that means they're all together. So I mean, it's one, right?
Well, at this particular time, Yahusha's not being referred to as Elohim. Okay, so when they're saying Elohim, they're speaking about Yahuwah the Father at this particular time.
I guess what I'm seeing is that it says the conclude. Let me see. For I say to you, I shall certainly not eat of it again until it is concluded in the reign of Elohim. That's I was just.
In the reign of Elohim. So we're talking
Which is
about
the Father. That's his Father. Okay, look, if he was talking about his own reign, it would say this. It would say, I'm certainly not eat of it again until it's concluded in my reign. He ain't saying that. He's saying his Father's reign, the reign of Elohim. He's not claiming the reign. If he was, it wouldn't be worded like that. It'd be until it's concluded in my reign. He would say something like that.
I think that's what I'm saying, that the conclusion is with Elohim, are all three, they're one in the
There's no three being one. No three being one.
Oh, you know what? The reading on, sometimes we have to read the context, which is before and or after. Sometimes this one, right after all this thing, until it's concluded in the reign of Elohim, and taking the cup, giving thanks. He said, "Take this and divide it among yourselves. For I say to you, Yahusha, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine until the reign of Yehovah comes." And so, because the eternal means never ending.
And so the reign of Yahuwah, the reign of Elohim, he's speaking of the Father. He didn't drink of this cup. Yahusha himself did not drink the wine. He passed the cup. Okay. We haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. But there is no 3 in 1. That's improper. We should never say that. It's just like it's good. It's scriptural to say the son of Elohim. Okay. But it's blasphemy to say Elohim the son. Everybody seeing that difference?
because it's separate.
Well, I guess I'm thinking of John 17 where he says that they are one.
They are.
So that's what I'm talking about. They're one. They're one.
There's a reason he played 3 roles in his redemption plan: the Father, the Son, and the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay? Those are 3 separate roles, and they all have 3 separate jobs to do. Okay? But it's the one true, loving Yahuwah that's playing all 3 roles or attributes or holding each office. You see what I'm saying?
I'm in agreement.
So when he's speaking this way, he's speaking of the roles within or attributes within his redemption plan. He's not saying that there are 3. Of course, Yahuwah is one, and he plays the Father, he plays the Son, and he plays the Ruach HaKodesh in his redemption plan to humanity. I went over that pretty clear in detail last night. If you got to watch that.
Yeah.
No, I did watch it, and I do agree with you, Mark. Thank you.
Anybody else got any comments, thoughts, or questions? No? Okay. Let's go ahead and roll on, Phil.
Verse 17, and taking the cup, giving thanks, he said, "Take this and divide it among yourselves. For I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine until the reign of Yahuwah comes."
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so here we see he took a cup, and this was after supper now, and there's proof of that in other witnesses. But he took a cup and given thanks to Yahuwah. He said, "Take this and divide it among yourselves," which means he didn't drink it. He passed it on and told them, "Divide this among yourselves." Okay? "For I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine till the reign of Yahuwah comes." There we go. And so up here, back in 16, he's saying until it is concluded in the reign of Elohim, until the reign of Yahuwah comes. So this is proof that the reign of Elohim is the reign of Yahuwah, which is the eternal reign. It's not his reign. His reign is the millennium reign. And then the sonship ends.
Full
The
agreement.
role,
Full agreement.
the role of the son will end. Why? We haven't gotten there yet, but since we're here, why does do you suppose the role of the sonship ends? Somebody. Ike?
There's no need in it anymore.
No.
I mean, everything's
Why?
been fulfilled because everything's been fulfilled.
It's been concluded. Everybody that's going to be delivered has been delivered. When the reign of Yahuwah shows up, everyone's been judged. It's been decided who will be in the eternal reign and who will be thrown in the lake of fire. So nobody can be delivered after that. So there's no need for a deliverer anymore. So the role of the deliverer ends. Does that mean Yahusha goes away? No, because what role does he still play? What role does the Son continue to play for eternity? Ike?
Yahuwah.
Yeah.
No. David?
Oh no, I was going to say that it's like he's the channel to speak with us as the Son, but he just becomes himself as Yahuwah, right? But that's what he said. So probably
But I'm saying the role he plays for eternity. Go ahead, Raul.
He sits at the right hand of his Father.
No. Okay, so yes, he's our body. He's part of the body, right, of Yahuwah's body. He's the head. We're the body, right, making up the body or the third temple of Yahuwah in which he dwells in forever. But I'm saying, what role does the Son play for eternity? He doesn't play the deliverer anymore. He's not the Lamb of Yahuwah anymore. That ended. No need. But yet there is a role that he plays for eternity. What is it? Phyllis?
As ruler of the earth?
King of Kings.
King of Kings, yes. But what's the more immediate role? Ike?
He plays the form. He becomes the form of Yah, where you could see him.
No. So Phyllis,
No.
let me back up to Phyllis, where she mentioned he's the sovereign of the earth. Okay, so he's the King of Kings, right? So who are the kings that he's the king over? If he's the King of Kings, who are all the kings that he rules over as the king of all the kings? Who are they?
We are.
We are. He rules over us, and we're the kings that rule with him. Same as Master of Masters, the same thing. But what role does Yahusha play for eternity?
High priest.
There it is. Thank you. Melchizedek, the high priest. It's forever. Any questions, comments, or thoughts?
Yeah, so in other words, it's in the high priest of Melchizedek.
In the order of Melchizedek, in the order.
That's what the whole thing was hinting at. So, yep.
But does the Levite priest line still exist for eternity? Does it?
I don't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. To those who are delivered that are part of the Levite lineage. Raul?
How about those who are not? Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
What's that?
But for those who are not, I just found out that in some form, after doing my second DNA test, making comparison, I'm Mizrahi Jew in some way. So then there's another part of the land, because I'm North African, like a 4% North African. So that also makes me another kind of Jew. I forget which one it was, but so which one? If the tribe of Levi, is part of it.
I'm not understanding your question, man. Say that again.
I'm 4% North African, so according to, and then also Mizrahi Jew. So there's only the Levites, only the reign of the Levites will reign. Only the Levites.
No, Yahusha will be the high priest. The Levites, the line, let me see. I think it's in Hebrews. Hang on a minute. Let me see. Yeah, no, it's not quite there where I thought it would be. So the people established the Levitical priesthood based on instructions they received, and it says you are a priest forever. See, where does it say that? I don't know if I can find it at the present moment.
Is it in Hebrews 7? Okay.
No.
Hebrews 7 verse 12. Okay.
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, I'm looking at this on Google. I Googled it for time's sake. It was a Psalm. It was a fulfillment of Psalm. First, it was in Psalms 110 verse 4. Yahuwah has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. And then it refers to that in Hebrews 7 verse 17. For it is testified or declared that you are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek.
Now that's speaking of Yahusha. I'm talking about the Levite line of Aaron.
I don't know if it actually continues. If Yahusha is the priest of Melchizedek, and his reign lasts forever. You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek, talking about Yahusha.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the Tanakh. I think maybe it's Exodus 40. Let me see if I can find it real quick since we're on this subject, because I know a lot of people are confused on this. Oh, let me see. Exodus 40, perhaps. It's in the Tanakh. Let me see now.
I'm looking at pages here for cross references, and none of them mention anything past or before.
Here it is. It's in several places actually. Exodus 40:15. So Exodus 40:15 says, "And shall anoint them as you anointed their father, and they shall serve as priests to me, and their anointing shall be for them an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. There you go, an everlasting priesthood. Now look at, then we can go to Exodus 29. You know, Yahuwah says everlasting, he means everlasting. And it says in 29:9, it says, then you shall bring his sons and put long shirts on them and shall gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the turbans on them, and the priesthood shall be theirs for an everlasting law. So you shall establish Aaron and his sons. Everlasting is everlasting, man. Numbers 25. You know, the same thing as he promises Daud, you know, that his lineage will sit on the throne of Israel forever. His throne won't disappear. But in that case, it's Yahusha. It's through the line of Daud. He sits on the throne of Israel forever. Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question. My internet cut off when you gave what the role of Yahusha would be. Could you repeat it?
Melchizedek, the high priest.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
And then in Numbers 25:13, it says, and it shall be to him and to his seed after him a covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was ardent for his Elohim and made atonement for the children of Israel. There you go, an everlasting priesthood. So the Leviticus priesthood does not end, folks. It will not be abolished. Okay. And so how is that going to be, since it was replaced by a different line, a lineage coming from the line of Melchizedek, and Yahusha being the high priest replaced the Leviticus priesthood, right? So is Scripture lying to us that this is an everlasting priesthood, the Leviticus line? No, because they will remain priests when the descendants of Aaron through the Levite line, as they become in the bride, they become sovereigns and priests to Yahuwah. So he's the King of the kings and Master of masters, is the high priest of the priests. That's what that means. It doesn't mean slave owners. See that? And so the people that are from that line of Aaron will be sovereigns and priests ruling with Yahuwah forever. That's how the Leviticus line will remain and survive, even though it was replaced by the line of Melchizedek. Everybody seeing that? Is there any questions or comments or thoughts on that? Is there any doubt in your mind that the Leviticus priesthood remains forever? Priesthood forever. According to Yahuwah, it is. I'm not going to call Yahuwah a liar. There has to be an explanation here, and I think I just gave it, or Yahusha provided it, I should say. Ike?
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to speak this out so I understand it. So the Levitical line will still have the internal role of priest. Okay,
Yeah.
And the bride, and the bride will be the kings judging with Yahusha. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to be kings and priests with.
Yeah, because there are some people saying that the bride is actually the Melchizedek that will be the priest. But that's not true. The bride will be the kings ruling with you. Right?
No, no.
Say
Am I
that again.
confused?
Say it
Okay.
again.
The Levitical line will last forever. They will be the high priest in eternity. His
No.
bride, okay,
Go ahead.
where am I confused? Okay, his bride will be sitting on the thrones with Yahusha. Am I correct there?
Yeah, the reason
There's a difference. There's the bride. There's the bride, and then where there's the priesthood and there's the bride. They're two separate things, right?
No.
No. Okay, I'm confused then.
The reason we're going to be kings and priests to Yahuwah in eternal reign is because we're going to be his body. And we'll be one with him. We're going to be his body. That's why we're going to be kings and priests. And us being kings, he's the head, he's over us, so he's the king of the kings, which is his body. Okay? And then he's the master of masters, which means he's the high priest of the priests. So the Levite line aren't going to be the high priests. We're going to be priests, and Yahusha is the high priest through the line of Melchizedek. See that? But we're going to be through the line of those who are from the lineage of Aaron within the body will fulfill that prophecy that the Levite priesthood is eternal forever. And the reason we're the king and priest is because we're his body.
Okay.
He's going to tell us forever. We're going to, everywhere he goes, we're going because we're his body.
Yeah.
He's
Sometimes
living stones.
Yeah. Sometimes in order for me to understand, I got to speak it out of my own mouth. So thank you.
Yeah, he's building his body up right now with living stones, which is us.
Okay.
And we're going to be kings and priests with him in the eternal reign.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Danny, go ahead.
Okay, well, sadly, you were cutting in and out, or I was cutting in and out when you showed where it says that the Levitical priesthood will either return or continue. Because I was under the impression that when Yahusha said it is finished, he was talking about the Levitical priesthood.
When he's saying it is finished, he's saying that the job of the sonship was finished. Well, he accomplished what he came to do, and that was to die, to shed his blood for the remission of sins. That's what he was talking about when he said it's finished.
Yeah, I thought that we were currently under the Melchizedek priesthood.
He's our high priest forever. But
So we are currently under the Melchizedek priesthood then.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay.
But the Leviticus priesthood is forever. And that's what we just talked about.
Right. Okay.
And especially in Numbers 25:13. It's very clear, and that's Yahuwah saying that. And Yahuwah's the one saying it. We're going to call Yahuwah a liar? Boy, I'm not. Yahuwah says the Leviticus priesthood is forever, everlasting. I'm believing him. I'm not going to say he's nuts and call him a liar. Ain't no way, man. I'm not. Y'all may, but I'm not. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I've heard teachers say that the Leviticus priesthood has been done away with.
Yeah, I've heard them say that Torah's done away with. They don't mean it right.
Sorry.
Just because they say it don't make it right. Is the Torah abolished and done away with? Is it? If the Torah's done away with, then I guess the priesthood's done away with too, because it's in the Torah that he tells us that it's forever. Go back to it. Numbers 25:13. It's pretty clear. And it shall be to him and to his seed after him a covenant of an everlasting priesthood. He made a covenant with them in its everlasting priesthood because he was ardent for his Elohim and made atonement for the children of Israel. This is talking about Aaron, Moshe.
I'm sorry, what verse was that again? I'm looking in 25.
13. That's Yahuwah saying that he made a covenant with Aaron. And he gave him in the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. If Yahuwah says everlasting, he means it because he's everlasting from everlasting. He can't change.
Where's the Levi priesthood now?
The Levi priesthood now is within the lineage of Aaron. The people that are being delivered, that's from the lineage of Aaron.
But they're not performing any priesthood duties.
No, because the old priesthood ordinances have been abolished.
Exactly.
But the lineage has not. The covenant of the everlasting priesthood has not, because Yahuwah said it's everlasting.
Okay,
Then where are they?
I missed that.
Okay, so in the eternal reign, Yahusha is going to be the head of the body of Yahuwah. All of us are being made up, making up his temple, his body, are living stones. Okay? Some of us are from the line of the Levites. Most of us are from one of the tribes of the northern kingdom that's been scattered throughout the world and lost sheep and have been found. Okay? And so the ones that are from the Levi lineage is going to be kings and priests ruling with Yahuwah, which is the king of the kings and the high priest of the priests. And therefore, the Levite priesthood will be everlasting because they will be priests within the eternal reign of Yahuwah because they're going to be his body. This is how this promise, this covenant that Yahuwah made with Aaron survives. It has to. If it doesn't, Yahuwah's lying to us. It must be everlasting because he says it is. Does that mean they're going to run around doing animal sacrifices and rule over a literal temple in the eternal reign? Absolutely not. Because Yahuwah is going to be the temple. We're going to be his temple, made of living stones, and he's going to indwell us forever.
That's why they're talking about building the third temple, Phyllis. That it's all about resuming the priesthood according to their
That was going
timeline.
to be my next question, if the Levites were going to be involved in that.
Yes, they are. They've already done DNA over there. They found the line of Aaron, and they're training boys to do the Levite chores, according to the priesthood ordinances that's been abolished. Those have been done away with. That's what Hebrews 7 is all about, that Sharon brought up. Okay, everybody kind of getting it? So the line of Aaron, the Levites, is everlasting. It must survive, and they must take place in Levite duties. And they will, because they're going to be the master of the masters. They're going to be the priest ruled by the high priest. Some of us on here might not know it or not, but somebody may be from the line of Levites. There's a possibility of it.
Well, how do you find that out? Especially when I figured out that I have some Jewish in me. I'm not always sure, or even one of the sites like DNA, like 23andMe has this very lame excuse of if some of the people there are not above 30% sure, they're not going to assign a percentage to a specific land. So what does that make me? I'm a Jew, Mizrahi. in some way, but I'm not sure what that means. Where line did I come from?
It's hard to say, you know. So that there's 12 tribes, and so if you come out of the Levites, if you're part of the Levites, then you're part of the priestly line of Aaron. Okay, you're from the tribe of Levi, But the only way for sure, I guess, is to go into over to Israel, where they have found the line of Aaron. And they have some type of DNA test over there that they can run on people and find that out, And so I guess you would search there and see if you could find out who they're using or, what company they use to do that DNA test in order to determine what tribe you're from, or if you're even Yehudai or not. That's the only way I know of, you know what I'm saying? It's got to go through DNA. Sometimes they can identify from your last name.
Mine's Polish. Mine's Polish. I'm not sure about that. I know.
Yeah, and so if your last name is Levi, there's a possibility you may come from the line of Levites. Go ahead, Davey.
Aren't we all Israelites now? Like through our accepting the Ruach Kodesh and going through our immersion. Isn't that what he means? Like when he's sort of gathering all the tribes now, like we're all sort of the tribe of, I don't want to say the tribe of Judah, but like we're all under him now. So that sort of just makes us all like the tribe of Judah, correct?
Well, not really. We can be from any tribe. Most of us are Ephraim.
Ephraim, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's I don't really think about that. That's awesome.
Most of us are Ephraim. And yes, when you enter into the everlasting covenant, you become a Israelite, which basically means you're the bride. It's just another term for the bride if you're Israel.
Thank you.
Not all Israelites are Israel. Scripture's pretty clear. Go ahead, Ike.
They truly know 100% until Yahushua's reign. So, just my thought.
Besides, isn't he looking at the blood covering of his name when you're immersed?
There's a what?
Besides, is he not looking for our blood covering when we were immersed?
What do you mean by that?
When we're immersed, we're covered with his blood. By his seed is in us.
Yeah, we're washed by his blood. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're clean by his blood. His blood doesn't make us a Yehudai from the tribe of Yehuda. Some people say that, if you enter through the Mashiach, then you're from the tribe of Yehuda because he's from there. And if that's the case, then everybody would be a Yehuda, and we're not. We're Ephraim. But if you look at Revelation 7, verse 7, Revelation 7:7. It says, of the tribe of Simon, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of the Levites, 12,000 were sealed. So apparently, those who make up the bride, Yisrael, the body, okay, there's going to be 12,000 Levites from the priesthood line making up the body. And so therefore, the priesthood, the Levite priesthood, or the everlasting covenant Yahuwah made with Aaron, that he would have there would be a priesthood, everlasting priesthood forever, would be fulfilled through that 12,000 from the line of the Levites. You see that? 12,000 from every tribe. So the Levitical priesthood will live on through those 12,000 because they're going to be priests and kings, along with the other 12,000 from each tribe. We're going to be the body of Yahuwah. That's why we're going to be kings and priests.
I'm reading as an example, like where it's for as many as are led by the Spirit of Yahweh, they are the sons of Yahweh. So I mean, as long as we're obeying Him, and we have the faith, or He draws us near to Him. That kind of emphasizes the scripture that there is no comparison of like Jew or Gentile, or where they'll all be one.
Once you enter into the everlasting covenant, you are Yezreel. You're no longer Yehudai or Goyim. You're no longer male or female. You're Yezreel.
Mm-hmm.
What does Yezreel mean? What does Yehudim mean? What does it mean? Look at Revelations 1:6, everybody. Revelations 1:6. To him who loved us and washed us from our sins in his own blood. See that? He washed us with his blood. We're washed. And has made us sovereigns and priests, or kings and masters, to his Yahuwah. And Father, to him be esteem and rule forever and ever. We're going to rule with him as kings and priests forever and ever, because we're going to be his body. Everybody seeing it? Revelations 1:6. So what does Yehuda mean? Kings and priests of Yahuwah? What does Yehuda mean? Raul?
Yahuwah's working on me puts on it that Yahuda is love for Yah. I don't know if that's correct. Lovers of Yah.
Lovers of Yah or worshipers of Yah. Okay, worshipers of Yah, lovers of Yah. So what does Yezreel mean? Yesharel, Shar, meaning sheriff. What does it mean? Go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, my understanding is that we are overcomers. That's it.
No. What does Yesharel mean?
Oh my goodness.
Raul?
The name of the 12 tribes, the sons of Jacob.
No.
I'm reading it as Yahuwah preserves or perseveres.
No.
The
Go ahead,
the chosen ones of Yahuwah.
No.
Chosen
Phyllis.
people would.
Phyllis?
I know that the word peace is in there somewhere. Okay.
Yesharel.
Sure.
Okay, it means rulers with Yah. That's what that means. Rule with Elohim. Rulers with Yah. That's what it means. We're going to rule with him as kings, priests forever, because we're going to be his body. Is everybody on board with this at this time now?
No. Because
I'm a little lost. It's awesome.
the other version is Yahuwah rules. But the I am is plural, so that's where we come in.
It doesn't mean Yahuwah rules. It means rulers with Yah.
Because of the I am part of it?
Rule with all.
Sure.
Rulers with Alua.
Rulers with.
Go ahead, Joshua.
The,
Go ahead, Josh.
Any information on the etymology of the word Melchizedek? Is there any information on name?
Yeah, Melchizedek means Prince of Salem. So Melchizedek means Prince of Salem. What's Salem?
Which is reference.
Peace, Prince of Peace.
Yeah, you can say Prince of Peace, but really Prince of Salem. What's Salem?
Is it Shalom?
The city of peace, right, Danny? It's the city of peace, right? Jerusalem, city of peace, right? You could say Prince of Peace, but really it's Prince of Salem. What does Salem mean?
Oh,
Or where is Salem?
Is it another form of Shalom?
No.
The source I see
Not
is
that kind of it is, but that's not really what it is or where it's at. Go ahead, Raul.
It was the previous name of Jerusalem.
It was the previous name of Jerusalem. It was the
Nice.
old city before Jerusalem. It was called Salem.
nice.
Okay. So Prince of Salem or Prince of Jerusalem would be what Melchizedek means. And yes, it relates to Shalom.
Nice.
All right. Is anybody got any questions or comments or thoughts on this at this particular time? Go ahead, Danny.
Okay, I was trying to find it. I can't. It's either in Zechariah or Zephaniah or some Naya. And okay, so what you're saying is the Levitical priesthood is still in place, but they don't slaughter. But in Zephaniah or Zach, or wherever the heck I'm looking for it, it said that the sacrifices will resume. So I'm confused.
Yeah, the sacrifices will resume in the Millennium Reign. They're going to, Sukkot, they're going to continue Sukkot, and they're going to make sacrifices to Yahuwah, but not animal sacrifices to cover up unintentional sins. These sacrifices are going to be to worship Yahuwah. They're sacrifices of worship, not sacrifices of remission of sins. It's two totally different things. But you're right; they will resume in the Millennium Reign. Go ahead, Ike.
Yeah, like they did back in the time of Abraham. They gave free will sacrifices or whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
That's right. And what Abel did. Abel wasn't sacrificing for remission of sins. He was sacrificing to worship Yahuwah. That type of a sacrifice will resume. Look, the Levi priesthood is dormant. It's not still alive. It's dormant, okay? But the lineage of Aaron will be 12,000 helping make up the body of Yahuwah in the eternal reign. Therefore, the priesthood is covenant of the priesthoods forever because they're going to be priests with Yahuwah. See what I'm saying?
Scripture had to be come true also, because the only references that I saw was in that Psalms. I forgot where it was. I just read, but it had to come true. It's all prophesied.
Yeah, it's prophesied. It has to come true.
In fact, isn't Yosha the ruler, and that's described in Revelation, that will rule with an iron, with a rod of iron?
Yeah, Mashiach will.
Yeah,
Yahushua.
Ruling over the 12 tribes. So, yeah.
Yes, the priesthood, the high priest is Yahusha. The order of Melchizedek, he will rule with an iron rod. Yes. That's the priesthood that's active right now and forever. He'll never give that up. That's his role forever. Okay. All right, Phil, let's continue on now.
Verse 17. And taking the cup, giving thanks, he said, "Take this and divide it among yourselves. For I say to you, I shall certainly not drink the fruit of the vine until the reign of Yahuwah comes." And taking the bread, giving thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." Likewise, the cup also, after supper, saying, "This cup is the renewed covenant in my blood, which is shed for you."
Okay, stop. Okay, so here we see after supper. See that? So likewise, the cup also after supper, which was the Last Supper. He said, "This cup is the renewed covenant in my blood, which is shed for you." So up here, he took the cup and giving thanks, he said, "Take this and divide it among yourselves. For I certainly will not drink of the fruit of the vine until the reign of Yahuwah comes." Then he's taken bread, giving thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." Likewise, the cup also after dinner, saying, "This cup is the renewed covenant in my blood, which is shed for you." So it sounds like he passed around a cup before dinner, and then they broke the bread, and then after the dinner, he passed around another cup after dinner, saying, "This cup is the renewed covenant in my blood, which is shed for you." And so possibly then that first cup he passed around represented the old covenant. Anybody got any thoughts, or comments, or questions on that? Okay, so let me ask you all a question. Taking bread, giving thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, "This is my body, which is given to you in remembrance of me." Why? Why is that his body? And when are we supposed to break bread in remembrance of him? When do we do that? Go ahead, Raul.
I know that we're supposed to do it on Passover. That's part of your
Passover?
answer.
The day before unleavened bread.
Well, that would be Passover.
Well, I mean, yeah, before the week starts, right?
The day before prep day?
Yeah.
Yeah, when is he doing this? When did Yahusha break bread and pass it around and fill up a cup of wine and pass it around? When did he do it? Did he do
The
it
Last Supper, right?
on the Last Supper? So this is done during the Last Supper, not on Passover. A lot of people do this on Passover.
Right. Yeah.
Any questions on that? So
That's what I'm saying, because you're not supposed to have leavened bread, right? So,
right. Well, yeah. On when the
you
first day
might go
of unleavened bread comes, which we eat the Passover meal on the day of unleavened bread after it gets dark. So it has to be unleavened bread at that point for 7 days. But Last Supper wasn't, was before unleavened bread. So did he break bread that was leavened or unleavened? What did he do, Raul?
It was leavened bread, but isn't it right at the beginning of the evening before? Right, you said that right towards when evening was coming.
And when evening came and Passover started, that's when they ate the Last Supper.
That's what I meant when I said Passover.
Yeah.
And it was regular leavened bread.
Okay, it was eaten 24 hours before Passover meal, because that's why they call it the Last Supper. It's the Last Supper that they ate before the Passover meal. So there's a 24-hour period between these meals. That's why they call it the Last Supper. Okay. So what did Yahuwah break here? Was it unleavened bread or leavened bread during the Last Supper? Raul?
I think it was leavened bread.
Anybody else? Okay, so he said, "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. What does matzah represent? His body. It's bruised and pierced. It's a cracker. It looks, bruised. It has brown spots all over it, and it's pierced. He said, "This is my body." More than likely, it was unleavened bread, because leavened bread symbolizes sin and men's teachings. Unleavened bread represents Yeshua's body, which had no sin and was bruised and pierced. So if he says, "This is my body, which is given for you," then he's saying that whatever that bread he broke is symbolizing his body. If it was leavened bread, then it has sin in it. And that couldn't represent his body because he was sinless. So again, I ask you, did he pass around leavened bread or unleavened bread during the Last Supper? Go ahead, Phil.
Unleavened, because it was foreshadowing of what was going to take place the next few days. So they had the piercings and it had the bruising.
That's right.
And he broke it, but his bones were never broken, but it was broken as a sacrifice for us. And so when we break that bread, we're remembering his sacrifice and his condition for our sin.
Correct. Everybody seeing that? Is there any questions, comments, thoughts on this? Okay.
Hey, Dave, if you're listening, if you could turn off your mic, man, we can hear your keystrokes.
Okay. So when do we do it? He said, "Do this in remembrance of me." How often do we do that? Should we drink this wine and pass around the unleavened bread? Raul?
Once a year.
When?
On the Last Supper.
Okay, that's correct. Everybody on board with that? Does everybody understand what this represents and how important it is and how dangerous it is to do this incorrectly? Go ahead, Davey.
Well, no, I was going to question about when that was, because certain books I read, like, say it's the first month, and I know the first month is not actually the first month, but we can get into a whole other discussion with that. But I do understand that it should be one time a year instead of, like, even when I attend circuses now, and I do not go for the communion or the cup or anything now, because I understand now. But I think it's now I'm just trying to understand what dates everything falls on. But I guess that just depends on the original calendar as opposed to the typical calendar that we go by, right? But I'll ask you about that later. So sorry about that.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Danny.
I couldn't find it, but I'm sure somebody will. Just a thing.
Dave,
here.
your mic, buddy. You gotta mute your mic, man.
I'm talking. Oh, somebody else. All right. Anyway, it says here the cup is renewed. Is the renewed covenant of my blood. And then elsewhere it says that the set apart spirit gave his blood. So for those that believe that there are three separate beings sitting on a triple sofa raining down on us, they would be wrong, right?
Yeah, that's correct. There was only one blood sacrifice. And so the Ruach HaKodesh, who purchased us with his own blood, had no blood to give or to use to purchase us with. And so therefore he had to become a human in order to contain perfect blood, sinless blood, a higher level of blood than humanity has in order to sacrifice that blood. And so Yahusha purchased, washed us with his blood. Okay. And so there was only one sacrifice, which tells us that Yahusha is the Ruach HaKodesh manifested or revealed. in human form in order to shed blood. It's in Acts 20:28 and Revelations 1:5, if you're looking for it. Anybody else? Ike?
I'm just going to say, I told you this was going to be powerful.
Okay, everybody go to 1 Corinthians 11. And so we do this once a year in remembrance of what Yahusha did for us. As Phil explained, it was a foreshadow of what was coming in a couple days. And so we do this on the Last Supper, not on the Passover meal, but the Last Supper, which is the day before prep day, which is Passover. And Passover is not a Shabbat, but the first day of unleavened bread is a Shabbat. Okay, so 1 Corinthians 11, Paul gets extremely upset with the Corinthians here because they're totally obliterating the meaning of this, doing this in remembrance of Yahuwah. So they're like totally blowing this up, and he's not real happy about it. And so we can start reading that in verse 20. 1 Corinthians 11, verse 20. Probably down to the end of the page there, or at least the end of 27, probably. It says, so when you come together in one place, it is not to eat the Master's Supper. This would be the Last Supper, when the Master's Supper. For when you eat, each one takes his own supper first, and one is hungry and another is drunk. So they're coming in there and they're pretending like they're doing this communion, okay, eating the Master's Supper, but yet they're eating their own supper. They're being gluttons, okay, and be getting drunk on the wine. So have you not houses to eat and drink in? Don't come to the assembly doing this. Or do you despise the assembly of Yahuwah and shame those who have not, the poor, who cannot eat like that and drink the wine? For shall I say to you, shall I praise you in this? I do not praise. For I received from the Master that which I also delivered to you, that the Master Yahusha, in the night in which he was delivered up, which would have been Passover day, the beginning that night. So when the Last Supper ended, they ate the Last Supper, they sang a song, and they walked up to the Mount of Olives, and that's where he was arrested. Okay. And so he delivered to you, to the Master, in the night in which he was delivered up, took bread. And having given thanks, it's that night, because as soon as it got dark is when they ate the Last Supper. Was delivered up and took bread, and having given thanks, he broke it and said, take, eat, this is my body, which is broken for you. Do this in remembrance of me. In the same way, also the cup after supper, saying, this cup is the renewed covenant in my blood. As often as you drink it, do this in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you proclaim the death of the Master until he comes. So if you're doing communion, every time you do communion in these circuses, you're staking Yahusha all over again. So you're killing him over and over and over and over every time you do that. So that whoever should eat this bread or drink this cup of the Master unworthily shall be guilty of the body and the blood of the Master. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. For the one who is eating and drinking unworthily eats and drinks judgment to himself. Judgment to yourself. You're condemning yourself for the death of Yahusha. Not discerning the body of the Master. Because of this, many are weak and sick among you, and many sleep. All right. So it's there's a big penalty for doing this unworthily, meaning you're not in the covenant. Matter of fact, someone that's not in the covenant should not be invited to your house to eat the Last Supper or the Passover meal. It's only for the believers to do this because they're unworthy. If you invite them over to do this at the Last Supper and they're unworthy, they're not in the everlasting covenant, you can make them weak and sick and even kill them, make them fall asleep. So don't invite them. And watch what you're doing too. You only do this once a year in remembrance of him, and that's during the Last Supper. Do you see where it looks like he passed around a cup of wine before supper and then another cup of wine after supper? I think this represents the old covenant and the new covenant because it's what he says. This represents the new covenant in my blood. Everybody seeing that? So isn't that amazing? The first wine, the cup representing the old covenant, and then they ate the bread, the body of Yahusha, and then drank his blood in order to enter into the renewed covenant. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to ask, how often are they doing this communion in Catholicism? Isn't it pretty often? Like
they do it every Sunday.
Every Sunday.
Everyone. Catholicism does. A lot of the Protestants do it too. But they do it on the fourth day. Or wait a minute. Yeah, the fourth day. And they'll do it on the first day as well. Maybe not every week, but they do it quite often. A lot of the Protestant churches, the Lutherans, I think, do it weekly as well. They're a Protestant church. All the Protestant churches are runaway daughters. The mother circus is the Catholic church, and the runaway daughters, the harlots, the little whores, are the Protestants. Go ahead, Philip.
Mark, that was amazing what you just revealed to us about the first cup and the second cup. I never saw that before. And it just blew my mind. Thanks for sharing.
All steam to Yahusha. Yahusha reveals truth, doesn't he? It's amazing what Yahusha will show his people. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions on this so far? Go ahead, Davey.
I was going to say, and does this sound better, by the way?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. That by me attending these circuses and not doing things like that has opened up conversations because people ask me why. And then that allows me to start, you know what I mean? Like bringing that in. Same thing with sitting at that Christian coffee house with his books. So that is amazing though, because this one church does it every single week, and I'm just flabbergasted. But anyways, thanks.
If you're brave enough to enter into the enemy's territory and expose the darkness, go for it, man. Ike.
A question for Phyllis. Phyllis, Sharon and I weren't paying attention to your statement. Could you repeat your statement you said?
I just was thanking Mark for sharing that revelation about the first cup being divided among them, representing the old covenant. And then when he took the second cup, that was the one that represented the new covenant. I never even thought about the two cups before. It never was in my viewpoint at all.
Cool. And a quick question, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, if a person has done that, taking the Passover like every week or something like that, and didn't realize the circumstances, when he comes into the new covenant, he would pretty much have to confess that, right? And ask for repentance or ask for forgiveness for that, right?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
But
okay.
once you enter the everlasting covenant, all your sins have been washed away by the water and the blood. Otherwise, you ain't getting into the everlasting
I've
covenant.
done that. Okay, because I've done that in the past, and that's one I haven't confessed to him because I just totally went over my head and forgot. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and confess it if you want, but all your sins, if you're in the everlasting covenant, all your sins have been washed away by the water and the blood.
Did it?
In other words, you've already been forgiven. But he does continue to purge sin out of our minds in order to relieve us of the guilt. See what I'm saying? So that may come up in your mind. Oh man, I took communion, I really messed up. Oh yeah, I forgot when I punched Billy Joe in the face in 5th grade. Oh, I forgot when I stole that $20 out of my grandma's purse. And so he brings these sins back up, almost like regurgitating them even after you've been clean, in order to relieve you of your guilt, your conscience from your guilt, because he doesn't want you to feel guilty and have a guilty conscience. He wants you to have a clear conscience and realize that you have no sin now, that you've been cleaned. You're white as snow. Okay. In order to clean your conscience of that guilt, he regurgitate some of these sins. Oh, I didn't, and then you think, well, I didn't forgive myself. Oh, I'm sorry I punched Billy Joe in the nose in 5th grade. Boom. So now it's out of your conscience and that's free, and you're free from that guilt. See what I'm saying? It's like a refining process, and that happens to everybody. It happens to me. I can tell you that for sure. Not so much anymore, but it used to happen quite often. These little sins would pop up in my mind.
Right.
And I would think, man, did I ask for forgiveness for that one? See what I mean?
Yeah.
Constant purification of the mind and the heart. Yeah. And I mean, some of the things that come up, you go, where'd that come
What's
from?
that?
These back things that happen, and all of a sudden you go, oh, that was sin. Okay.
All
Okay.
steam to Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Right. Go ahead, Danny.
That the things on that we are worthy.
Can't hear you, Danny. You're breaking up like crazy.
Yeah, that's the problem I've been having. But I thought you had said something that we were worthy, and I didn't think that we were worthy for anything at any time. Am I wrong?
It's Yahuwah who is declared right. Who are we to declare wrong? If Yahuwah has declared you right, righteous. I'm not about to say you're not if Yahuwah's claimed you righteous, man. He's the one that claims that you're righteous, not man. Okay?
Okay, yeah, I get you now.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Danny, I just wanted to add to what Mark said, because we've been studying the difference between the flesh and the ruach living inside of you. When you're indwelled with the ruach hakodesh, your flesh dies and you don't pay attention to it anymore, and it's the ruach inside of you that makes you worthy.
Anybody else got any comments or thoughts or questions? Anybody? Look at Romans 8:33, Danny. Romans 8:33. Who shall bring any charge against Yahuwah's chosen ones? It is Yahuwah who is declaring right. See that? So who shall bring any charge against Yahuwah's chosen ones? It is Yahuwah who's declaring right. So be careful. And Yahuwah declares somebody right, they're right. They're righteous, man. You're going to bring a charge against someone who Yahuwah has cleansed and declared right? I'm not. There's no way I'm going to. Even yourself. Be kind to yourself. Don't sit there and say, oh, why'd you choose me, Yahuwah? I'm so unworthy. You should have chose Joe Black down here. He's a nice guy. I'm mean. I'm rough at the edges. I punched Billy Joe in the nose in 5th grade, made it bleed. Why are you choosing me? I'm not a good person. I'm not worthy. I'm a piece of scumbag. Why you choose me, Yahuwah? Come on, man. Be kind to yourself. If he declared you right, you're righteous. Accept it and appreciate that Yahuwah doesn't make mistakes. He chose you for a reason, man. More than likely because you humble and you give all the esteem to Yahuwah and don't take any esteem for yourself. Probably why he chose you. Go ahead, Ike.
I was just going to say, it's just so, I already understand all this, but it's so refreshing and revives my spirit whenever I hear that. So.
All righty. Anybody else got any comments or questions or thoughts? Come on, let's go. Let's go, Phil.
Verse 21. But see, the hand of him delivering me up is with me on the table. For indeed, the son of Adam goes as it has been decreed. But woe to that man by whom he is delivered up.
Okay, stop. So here we can see that the son of Adam goes, it has been decreed. So he knows that what he needs to do. And so he's going with the flow. Even though he knows Judas is going to betray him with the kiss and all this, he's going with the flow because he knows this is the will of Yahuwah. Everybody see that? That's a pretty clear statement right there. But woe to the man by whom he is delivered up. Because he knows what's going to happen to Judas. What happened to Judas? After he delivered him up, what happened to him? Anybody know? Davey?
He was persecuted and he killed himself. And I had a question about that too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was it his decision or was he possessed by El Shaitan? You know what I mean? That did that. And would that make him as accountable and non-forgivable? You know what I mean? Being that he was part of what allowed us to have salvation. So I was always wondering about that. Because it was almost like he was possessed by Satan to do it. And then, I don't know.
Yeah, he was absolutely possessed.
And he killed himself afterwards because he regretted it. But yeah, I wonder if he's in eternal persecution because of it. That's what I was always wondering.
No, it really kind of tells us that he repented.
Oh.
Look in Acts chapter 1. Acts chapter 1, let's start around verse 4. It says, all these were continuing with one mind in prayer and supplication with the women, and Miriam, the mother of Yahusha, and with his brothers. And in those days, Kepha, standing up in the midst of the Talmudim, and there was a gathering of about 120, said, men and brothers, this scripture had to be filled, which the Ruach HaKodesh spoke before by the mouth of Daud concerning Yehuda, or Judas, who became a guide to those who seized Yahusha, because he was numbered with us and did receive his share of this service. You see that? He's numbered with them and shared in their service, in this service. You see that?
Yes.
So he was part of them, and he shared in this service. This one, therefore, purchased a field with the wages of injustice, and falling forward, he burst open in the middle, and all his intestines gushed out. Okay, so what happened here was he didn't run out and purchase this field, but the Pharisees, after he threw the silver back and gave it back, he repented. Did he not? Yeah,
Yep.
he threw the silver back and was sorry for what he did. Well, what he did was because of possession of Hashatan. And so after he came back to his senses, he repented, threw the silver back. Okay, and then the Pharisees took that silver, which they labeled as blood money, and they went and purchased this potter's field for strangers who died in Jerusalem would have a place to be buried. And so that's what they did. But since it was Judas's money, the field was contributed to Judas purchasing it. See that? And so they gave the credit to Judas for purchasing the field, although the Pharisees did the commerce. Okay. And so he goes out here and he hangs himself on a tree. And he was out there for quite a while until somebody found him, and then they cut him down. When they cut him down and his knees or legs hit the ground, he was rotten. So it was probably about 4 days later or more when they found him and cut him down. And therefore, falling forward, so he must have fell down forward on his belly, his face, and hit the ground and burst open in the middle, and his intestines gushed out. So that means he had to be rotten, pretty ripe before they found him. Everybody seeing this? So it appears to me, at least in my opinion, humble opinion, that Judas repented. And since they said he was one of them and shared in this service, means that he shares in the reward. Look, Judas, if he could have done anything differently, he would have. But he could not, because he was born to do what he did, and he was possessed by the devil, and so therefore compelled. He was forced to do it by the possession of the devil, and because he was born to be the betrayer. So he did what he was born to do. So it sounds like he repented when he threw the silver back. It sounds like he's going to be part of the inheritance because of sharing in the service of the 12. And therefore, maybe Judas is forgiven and will be in the rank. Maybe. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying it's what it seems to be saying. Anybody got any thoughts, questions, or comments on this? All right, then. No comments, no questions. Just move on, Phil.
Thank you.
Verse 23. And they began to ask among themselves which of them it could be and who was about to do this. And there also took a place of dispute among them as to which of them seemed to be greater.
Okay, stop. Okay, so what's going on here, man? Either they're talking about who's going to betray you, the master, and then all of a sudden, it took place a dispute. They began to argue and quarrel over which of them seemed to be the greater, to be the most pious, to be the most, religious person. What's going on here, man? Why did they go from who's the betrayer to who's the greatest, do you suppose? What's going on here? Anybody? Don't you find it kind of strange that they did that? Phil?
And it seems as if there's a hint of pride among them that manifests just because they're all worried about who could possibly betray him. So there's some unwavering doubt, perhaps, in each and every one of them. So then they are going to start comparing, well, I've done this, or I've done that, or I've said this, and I said that. And they're kind of worried it could be them, maybe.
Yeah, that's right, man. So they're like, well, it can't be me because I did this and I did that. And, it can't be me because, I worship at his feet, and so, it can't be me because, I've told 100 people about Yahusha, the Besorah, and so they're going from who could it be to it's not me because I'm greater than you. I know I've done more better stuff than you have, so it can't be me. So they're starting to come up with excuses on why it can't be them, and pride and mega ego is setting in, kicking in instead of humility. Instead of saying, "Oh man, I hope it ain't me." I can't be me because I'm pious, right? I'm obedient to the commandments all my life. It can't be me. Go ahead, Ike.
It just reminds me of a bunch of brothers fighting among themselves.
Children.
Yeah, it does resemble that, doesn't it? Anybody else? No thoughts on that? Okay, Phil, let's roll.
Verse 25, and he said to them, the sovereigns of the nations rule over them, and those who control them are called workers of good. But not so with you, but let him who is the greatest among you be the youngest and the leader of one who serves. For who is greater, the one who sits at the table or the one who serves? It is not the one who sits at the table, but I am in your midst as one who serves. But you are those who have remained with me in my trials.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so he's saying that, but I am in your midst as one who serves. And so what's he trying? What point is Yahusha trying to make here to his Talmudim? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, the greatest are the ones who serve others and love their neighbor. It's not what they do themselves to uplift or to show Yahusha that they're this or that. It's the actions they take that show the love that Yahusha is trying to teach them.
Right. So it's all about their service to others, not about propping themselves up to be great, better than somebody else, but to actually be lesser than somebody else and to serve others. That's what makes them greater. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and when you puff yourself up, that shows lack of confidence in what you believe in or what you do. But if you allow others before you, that shows that strength because you don't need the notoriety. You already know you can do all these things, so that you humble yourself. because these are gifts given by Yahusha in the first place. So you humble yourself and give to others and put yourself in the back. Therefore, the first will be last and the last shall be first. So definitely.
Yeah.
And it's more joyful, at least as my walk with Yahusha grows and Yahuwah grows, to do for others. It's just so much joy to see others beam with happiness. And, just because I don't want any notoriety whatsoever. So it's that humbling effect that he has on, I think, not to be presumptuous, because I'm right on the edge of, I'm, terrified, if you might want to say, but it's a good terrifying. When you're scared of Yahuwah and Yahusha, you are definitely walking the right way, because you don't want your pride getting in the way of your humbleness.
Go ahead, Ike.
No, I mean, that kind of answers the questions that you had about the 12 up here fighting, because he's correcting them there too. He's correcting them and teaching them. I just thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah. Davey, somebody else had the hand up.
Yeah, it's like anytime I get in a conversation with a Christian about like the commandments and how easy it is to follow them, they're like, but it's impossible. And I'm like, all right. And this is what makes you think about it, is would you do these things if your father or your mother was standing right there in front? And then it just makes them stop. And that's the way that I always look at it. It was love the Lord thy God with all that, or love you with all your heart and all your soul and all your strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. And I'm telling you what, it smacked me, those two verses. And that's how I've been living since. So thank you.
Ike?
Just one more statement. Phil, you're absolutely right. If people just really realize who you're dealing with, the Most High, I mean, it would just turn their thinking around. And I mean, if people really realize it, they'd fall on their knees right now. But I try to constantly keep that in my mind through my daily walk of my life. And say, hey, there's no messing around here. Be serious. So.
Anybody else? Comments, thoughts, questions? Okay, Phil.
Verse 29, and I covenant for you as my father covenanted for me, a reign, to eat and drink at my table, in my reign, and to sit on thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here now we can see Yahusha saying, in my reign. So is this the eternal reign, or would this be the millennium reign? Ike?
The millennial, because he said his reign.
Right. So this is the millennium reign he's talking about now. And so he's calling it my reign. So that's our clue to this, is speaking of the millennium reign. I covenant for you as my father covenanted for me, a reign. So he's got a covenant with Yahusha that he gets to reign in his millennium reign, and his reign for 1,000 years. He gets to rule over mankind. He covenanted, so it's going to happen. To eat and drink at my table in my reign, in the millennium reign. So we know that the 12 will be there, because he covenanted it for them to be able to eat and drink at his table in his reign, in my reign, and sit on thrones. They're going to be sitting on thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Yisrael. So what do y'all think of that? Any thoughts on that? This is definitely happening in the millennium reign. So we know that the 12 Talmudim then will be part of the first resurrection, and will be sitting on 12 thrones in the millennium reign. Who else will be there? Ike?
His bride, his wife, us.
The 144,000 will be there. Who else will be there? Who else will be there? Raul?
Well, since it's the Millennium Reign, there will be a lot of people there. I mean, the
Right.
throws, like he says, because they'll be judging.
So the people that's repopulating the restored earth will be there. And by the time the 1,000 years is over, it's going to be like the days of before the flood. Okay, people are going to live 800-900 years old. And the repopulation of the earth, of the restored earth, is going to be very quick. And by the end of the 1,000 years, the earth will be repopulated big time. Be a lot of people. Everybody see that? Any questions, comments, or thoughts? Questions? Go ahead, Ike.
Just a thought. It's just like at the end of the 1,000 years, Satan is released, and he said the number that will fall will be the numbers of the sand of the seas. I mean, that's a lot of people, you know. So.
Yeah, when Satan's released at the end of the 1,000 years for just a little while, he's gonna mass an army from Gog and Magog again that no man can count. It's gonna be like the sands of the sea. It's gonna be a lot of people are going to defect from Yahusha and go over and join Hashatan army to fight against the camp of, and they're going to march on the camp of the Kadeshim. Is there going to be a war? Going to be a whole lot of people. If Satan can mass an army that no man can count as the sand of the sea, that means there's going to be a whole lot of people that don't follow Satan. It's going to stay loyal to Yahusha and his bride. Is there going to be a war? Go ahead, Raul.
I think that's when Armageddon, correct? The last war?
No. Armageddon happens before the Millennium Reign. Armageddon happens right at the end of the tribulation years. It's the second nuclear war. Actually, nuclear bombs on chemical going to take place within a short time frame. So will there be a war at the end of the Millennium Reign when Satan's released and amasses an army that no man can count? Ike?
Of course it will. I think they call it Mag and Magog.
Gog and Magog.
Yeah, Gog and Magog. But Yahu will be doing the fighting for us. Is that true?
Anybody else got any thoughts on that? Will there be a war? Davey?
You mentioned the nuclear war and stuff happened, and I'm assuming that's when Revelation is talking about like the sun going out and the moon like no longer giving light and stuff like that. And that's before the Millennial Reign, right? Just making sure.
Yeah, what you're talking about is the day of Yahuwah. That happens right at the end of Armageddon, before the Millennium Reign.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
World War III will be nuclear, and it will be global warfare. Armageddon will be more localized in the Middle East, and will happen after World War III, but before the Millennium Reign, before the day of Yahuwah.
Okay.
The day of Yahuwah happens immediately after the tribulation years end.
Isn't it fascinating how everything that's probably going to happen, I guess, earthly wise, like nuclear bombs, like stuff they wouldn't even thought about, thousands of years ago, that is actually even showing what it's written right here. It's just, it blows my mind. Hallelujah. Fascinating.
Oh, yeah. There's plenty of proof of nuclear warfare in the end times in Scripture.
Yeah.
It's in there quite a bit. Go ahead, Sharon.
Dave, brother, and you are here at this
What's
time
that?
for a reason. I said, Dave, brother, you are here at this time for a reason to esteem Yahuwah.
Thank you.
Okay. The answer to my question is there will be no war. There's not going to be any more wars. Armageddon's the last war humanity will ever fight. Okay. And so when Satan's released and he amasses that army and they march on the camp of the Kadeshim, Yahuwah is not going to allow a war. He's going to destroy. He's going to take Satan, throw him in the lake of fire, and his army with him will be destroyed. He won't allow them to fight the camp of the Kadeshim. There will be no more wars. Scripture says they're going to take all the weapons and they're going to make plowshares out of them. And so they won't have any weapons. There won't be no more war. Yahuwah will interject and he will throw Satan into the lake of fire with his army with him before any war ever happens. All right. Gog and Magog is amassed at Armageddon and marches against with the rest of the world's armies against Jerusalem. But then when Satan's released, he goes back and he tries to repeat himself, and he amasses an army from Gog and Magog, which is basically Russia and, Europe, Russia, and Asia. Look at Zechariah 14. So here it talks about nuclear war here in 12, Zechariah 14:12. And this is the plague with which Yahuwah plagues all the people who fought against Jerusalem. This is during Armageddon. Their flesh shall decay while they stand on their feet, and their eyes decay in their sockets, and their tongues decay in their mouth. And it shall be in that yom that a great confusion from Yahuwah is among them, and every one of them shall seize the hand of his neighbor, and his hand rise up against his neighbor's hand. And Yehudah shall fight at Jerusalem as well. And the wealth of all the nations round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver and garments in great quantities. So also is the plague on the horse and the mule, on the camel and the donkey, and on all the cattle that are in those camps as this plague. So this is almost a perfect description of a nuclear victim. This is what happens to you if you're within the blast zone, within the kill zone of a nuclear blast. Your flesh decays, starts falling off your bones while you're standing on your feet. Your eyes decay in their sockets, and your tongue decays, and your mouth just kind of melts. It's perfect description of nuclear holocaust, really. And if you go over there to 12, Zechariah 12:6, it says, "In that yom I make the leaders of Yehudah," this is also Armageddon, "like a fire pot among trees, and like a torch of fire in the sheaves, and they shall consume all the people all around on the right and on the left." So a torch of fire in the sheaves. "And Jerusalem shall dwell again in her own place. And Yahuwah shall save the tents of Yehudah first, so that the comeliness of the house of Daud and the comeliness of the inhabitants of Jerusalem would not become greater than that of the Yehudah. In that yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem from a nuclear blast. And the feeble among them in that yom shall be like Daud, in the house of Yehudah like Elohim, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them. And it shall be in that yom that I seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I shall pour out on the house of David and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem a ruach of favor and prayers. And they shall look on me whom they pierced, and they shall mourn for him, as one mourns for his only son. And they shall be in bitterness over him as a bitterness over a firstborn. And that Yom, the mourning in Jerusalem, is going to be great, like the mourning of Hadad Rimmon in the valley of Megiddo. And so this is speaking of at the very end of Armageddon, when Yahushua returns, the Israelites, Jerusalem will just about be taken. And so the leaders say, well, we're never going to surrender Jerusalem again. This is never going to ever happen again. So let's just take us out and take them with us. And so they exercise what they call the Samson option, which is a nuclear blast. And so they set off a nuke to destroy Jerusalem, themselves, and all the armies that are coming against Jerusalem. And at that particular moment, here comes Yahushua, and he shields his people in his city from that nuclear blast and protects them. So there will be a nuclear bomb detonated in Jerusalem at the very end of Armageddon. Any questions on that? And so is there any evidence of World War III being nukes? And the answer is absolutely. There is. We look over Revelations 9. Starting about verse 13, it says, "And the sixth messenger sounded, and I heard a voice from the four horns of the golden altar, which is before Yahuwah, saying unto the sixth messenger who had the trumpet, Release the four Malachim, those having been bound at the great river Euphrates." And so the World War III is going to begin in the Euphrates River basin over in the Middle East. And the four Malachim, those having been prepared for the hour and the Yom and the moon and the year, were released to kill 1/3 of mankind. So in today's population, that's really close to 3 billion people. More people than has ever been killed in all the wars put together up to this war. Way more. And so they have already proven through mathematics and computer analysis that it's impossible to kill 3 billion people in conventional warfare with bullets and mortars and artillery, tanks and stuff. Can't do it. Too many people. So the only way that they can kill this many people is nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. They have to take these people out by the masses, okay? Not just one here and there. And the number of the armies of the horsemen were 200 million. I heard the number of them. And this is how I saw the horses in the vision, and those who sat on them having breastplates of fiery red and hyacinth blue and sulfur yellow, which is describing communism. The heads of the horses were like the heads of lions, and out of their mouths came fire and smoke and sulfur. 1/3 of mankind was killed by these 3 plagues, which are nuclear. Notice it back in Zechariah, it called the nuclear blast plague. And so 3 plagues means 3 nuclear detonations, it seems to be saying. By the fire and the smoke and the sulfur which came out of their mouths. Okay. And so there's proof of the World War III is going to be nuclear, biological, and chemical, going to kill 1/3 of mankind. It's going to be a horrible ordeal. And so, and then we can see that the last war mankind will ever fight, which is Armageddon, will also be nuclear, biological, and chemical. As we look at Revelations chapter 16, if we look in verse 8, we see that because they have shed the blood of the Kadeshim and prophets, and you have given them blood to drink, for they deserve it. And I heard another out of the altar saying, yeah, Yahuwah Al Shaddai, true and upright are your judgments. So his wrath, Yahuwah's wrath that is poured out with these 7 bowls or vials is justified. These Malachim are justifying Yahuwah's judgment on the earth. And the 4th messenger poured out his bowl on the sun, and it was given to him to burn men with fire. This is the nuclear blast in Armageddon. And men were burned with great heat. That's nuclear, folks. And they blasphemed the name of Yahuwah, who possesses authority over these plagues, and they did not repent to give him esteem. And the 5th messenger poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and his reign became darkened, and they gnawed their tongue from pain. Nuclear poison, He still didn't repent. And they blasphemed Yahuwah of the heaven of their pains and their sores, and did not repent of their works, of the sores and the biological. A chemical warfare creates sores all over your body. Blister agents, things like this that create open wounds or open sores on your body. It's showing chemical warfare. And we back up here to verse 3. It says, and the 2nd messenger poured out his bowl on the sea, and it became blood as of a dead one, and every living creature in the sea died. That's biological warfare. The poison in the water with poison, biological poisoning. The 3rd messenger poured out his bowl on the rivers and fountains of the water, and they became blood. And I heard the messenger of Ma'im saying, you are upright, Yahuwah, the one who is and who was and who was shall be, because you have judged these. Okay, so there you go. So this is chemical, biological, and nuclear warfare found in the 7 bowls. Happening during Armageddon. Chapter 16 is all about Armageddon. Go straight to Armageddon and tells you what's going to happen. The seals and the trumpets way back up and let you know about the events that are leading to Armageddon. But it's the same story. It's just a longer story that goes way back in history. A shorter and a medium story that goes far back into history, but not as far as the seals. And then you have the bowls and the vials that just jump straight to Armageddon. And don't tell you about any of the other events that lead up to it. Just go straight to Armageddon. The short story. Okay? Any questions? Okay, Phil, let's go.
Verse 31. And the master said, Shimon, Shimon, see, Satan has asked for you to sift as wheat, but I have prayed for you that your belief should not fail. And when you have turned, strengthen your brothers. And he said to him, Master, I am prepared to go with you, both to prison and to death. And he said, I say to you, Kepha, the rooster shall not crow at all today until you have denied me 3 times. And you know me. And he said to them, when I sent you without purse and bag and sandals, did you lack any? And they said, none at all. And he said to them, but now let him who has a purse take it, likewise also a bag, and let him who has no sword sell his garment and buy one. For I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with lawless ones, for that which refers to me as an end too.
Okay, stop. Okay, so we've talked about this, Peter denying him 3 times. And Yahushua said, anyone who denies me before men, I'll deny him before the angels, the messengers of the Shemaim, right? Or before the Father. And so, we know that Yahushua prayed for Peter. And so Peter was forgiven of him denying Yahushua the Master. And we talked about that before. So I just want to get right down here to, where it says, let him who has a purse take it, likewise also a bag, and let him who has no sword sell his garment and buy a sword. So it's like he's telling them to go get a sword and get ready for battle, right? Because they're coming after me, right? And so keep that in mind. But I want to look at this where he says, for I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with lawless ones, for that which refers to me as an end too. So he's telling them that his role as the deliverer, as the Son, as the Lamb of Yahuwah, is going to end. It has an ending. You see that? In order to clear that up a little bit more for you, turn to 1 Corinthians 15. So 1 Corinthians 15. Probably this back up to 22. It says, for as all die in Adam, so also shall be made alive in Mashiach. And each in his own order. Mashiach, the first fruits, then those who are Mashiach at his coming. Then the end, when he delivers up the reign to Yahuwah the Father, when he has brought to nothing all rule and all authority and power. That's the governments and religions of mankind, is a Nebuchadnezzar statue being destroyed. For he has to reign until he has put all enemies under his feet. Okay. The last enemy to be brought to nothing is death. For he has put all under his feet. But when he says, all are put under him, it is clear that he who put all under him is accepted. And when all are made subject to him, then the Son himself shall also be subject to him, who put all under him, in order that Yahuwah be all in all. So the sonship is going to have an ending. There will be no need for the Lamb of Yahuwah. It was a one-time sacrifice for all time. You see that? So although the sonship ends, the role of Melchizedek, the high priest, is eternal. So he will be our high priest forever. Everybody seeing that? Is there any comments, questions, or thoughts on that? We went over this before. No? Okay, Phil, let's roll.
Verse 38. And they said, Master, look, here are 2 swords. But he said to them, that is enough. And coming out, he went to the Mount of Olives according to usage, and his Talmud also followed him. And coming to the place, he said to them, pray that you not enter into trial. And he withdrew from them about a stone's throw, and falling on his knees, he was praying, saying, Father, if it be your choice, remove this cup from me. Yet not my desire, but let yours be done. And there appeared a messenger from heaven to him, strengthening him. And being in agony, he was praying more earnestly. and his sweat became like drops, great drops of blood falling down to the ground. And rising from prayer and coming to his Talmud, he found them sleeping from exhaustion. And he said to them, "Why do you sleep? Rise and pray, lest you enter into trial." And while he was still speaking, see, a multitude, and he who was called Yehuda, one of the 12, was going before them, and came near to Yahusha to kiss him. And Yahusha said to him, "Yehuda, do you deliver up the son of Adam with a kiss?" And those around him, seeing what was about to take place, said to him, "Master, shall I strike with the sword?" And one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. But Yahusha answering said, "Allow it is this far," and touching the ear, healed him. And Yahusha said to
Hang on a minute. Okay, so what's up? Why did Yahusha tell them to go sell their stuff and buy a sword? And then they said, well, we got 2 swords right here. And then he said, "That's enough." Okay, like you guys, aren't getting it. Okay, and then down here, they believe that he was telling them to defend him with a sword. And so one of them strikes a messenger of the high priest, a servant of the high priest, with the sword and cuts off his right ear. And Yahusha said, "Allow it this far." And then he touching his ear, he healed him. What's going on here? Why did Yahusha tell them to get a sword and they attack off the ear? And he said, "Allow it thus far." What's going on, man? Why is Yahusha, did he tell them to buy swords and defend them with swords? And then when they said, "Well, here's 2 swords," he said, that's enough. Why did he say that? Davey?
When I read this, what I was thinking on that is that he's like, the time is coming, and be ready to take everything that I taught you. Be ready to answer, be ready to witness, and be ready to do all of that. And I think it's more like a parable, like to take the sword, because like even it describing that him himself was getting nervous and getting scared. I mean, that he was sweating so much it was like blood. It just shows the intensity of what's really happening. Telling them that it's about to happen.
Anybody else got any thoughts or comments or questions about this? So we're seeing, go ahead, Raul.
When he says to them to sell their clothing and buy 2 swords, could he be talking about spiritual swords? Because they're going to have to be fighting with the Yehuda, trying to get his word out, his Besora. He's going to need spiritual swords to get that message out.
What's a spiritual sword symbolic of?
His teeth, I guess, in that moment would be like, when you say like the tongue can hurt, it'd be for them to be spreading his word. But that's what came to my mind that he wasn't talking about physical swords. That's why he said put that away, or get rid of that. He's not talking about a physical sword.
Okay, so the spiritual sword is the truth, right? And the truth cuts both ways. So spiritually, is he saying that get yourself a sword, but and he said that's enough. It's like, man, you guys aren't getting my spiritual message here. You're thinking literally. And so then when they come down, and he says, "Should we strike them with the sword?" And he said, "Allow it thus far." And then he touched his ears and healed it. Was because he wanted to ID himself as Yahuwah, and not only that, he's showing that two-edged sword can cut both ways. It's a very dangerous thing, right? Right. So if you're striking somebody, swinging that sword around, wielding that sword around, you could cut off somebody's ear and make them stop hearing you, right? So they're hearing you, but if you do it too much, give them too much truth, and you cut off their ear, and they're going to stop hearing you. See that? But literally, he allowed it thus far in order to ID himself as being Yahuwah, showing them that, hey, I can do anything. Let me give this guy another ear. So he touches his ear, and the guy got a head, and his ear grows back, right? That's what it sounds like he did. But allow it thus far. Anybody got thoughts on that? Any thoughts, comments, questions, and literal or spiritual here? This. How do we know this? There's a spiritual meaning here. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, this is all supposed to take place, so they're not supposed to physically intervene, and he could call a legion of watchers to come minister to him. But this is all supposed to take place, so that's why they're supposed to not do what they're doing.
Yeah. Phyllis?
I agree with Phil, because back up here it says, Master, shall we strike with a sword? So they've asked him a question, and the next time that Yahushua spoke, he said, allow it this far, meaning, no, we're not going to strike. We're allow them to do what they have to do. That's like what Phil said.
Yeah, he seems to be answering the question. Okay, it said, and those around him seeking what was about to take place said to him, Master, shall we strike with the sword? And then he answers in 51, but Yahushua answering said, allow it thus far. So he said, yeah, go ahead and strike them with the sword. It's like he's given them permission to do that. In between the question in 49 and Yahushua answering in 51, it's verse 50. And it says, and one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. So once they asked the question, and before Yahushua could answer it, somebody swung that sword and cut off that man's ear. And so he said, allow it so far. And then he, heals the man, puts his ear back on, or gives him another ear. You see what I'm saying? And so that happened in between the question and the answer. So very, very rapid event here, very quickly. These three things happened within mere seconds, probably. So, but Yahushua answered and said, allow it thus far. Why? Why is he allowing them to strike this guy with use that sword and strike somebody with the sword? Why would Yahushua allow that? He says, allow it this far. Phil?
Well, because he wants to show them who he is by healing that ear.
Yeah, let them know.
Giving those who have ears lend it to hear his message.
Yeah. So what's going on here? Yehuda or Judas is identifying who Yahushua is with a kiss. And he says to him, Yehuda, do you deliver up the son of Adam with a kiss? Okay. And so he's saying, I'll show you that I'm the Yahuwah. You don't have to betray me with a kiss, a betrayal of love, use my love against me. I'll show you who I am Allow it. Kill this guy, cut off his ear, cut off his head, and I'll heal him, and I'll show you that I'm Yahusha. Okay? By allowing this attack and then healing this man. You don't have to betray me with a kiss and betray my love, use my love against me. What a betrayal that is. Have you ever had somebody use your love against you? It's one of the most horrible betrayals you'll ever experience. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and I think I might have lost my thought, but it's like the outward. I don't know if I can get it back. The outward action is more of a betrayal, and Yahusha's not some coward. He'll tell them who he is. All they have to do is ask. They're being more cowardly by having it done this way, and it's like using that love against him. Man, that is bad. That just shows their character. Not so much Judas's, because he was indwelt. He was chosen for this deed, but definitely, yeah, that's really bad. Wow.
Right. And so it wasn't like they couldn't ID him, because he was always in the marketplace. He was always in the temple area in Jerusalem teaching people. There was hundreds of people that could identify him. And so why did they have to hire Judas to identify him? And why did he choose to betray him with a kiss, his love against him, in order to identify him? So Yahushua's like, look, you know who I am. You've seen me 100 times in the temple area. Okay. And if you want to know that I'm Yahushua, watch this. I'll allow it so far. Boom, there goes his ear. I pick it up, put it back on, or just touch the side of his ear and a new ear grows back. There, see, I'm Yahushua, take me. Because he knew that his time was concluded and it was written. And so he was obeying Yahuwah's will. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and he was trying to provoke him into anger, into action, and that's supposedly what's going on now. Hashatan's trying to provoke Yahuwah to act before the time has come. Just like this is such a good parallel of what's going on today, because these evil doers are trying to provoke. They know what's going on. They're trying to provoke Yahuwah to act before the time has come. And then so they're using the things of Yahuwah, trying to use them against him and try to get him to change his will. That's Hashatan, man. He's just, if he can get him to do it, then he's pretty much superbed his power above the Most High. And so that's why Yahushua's not going to allow that to happen. That's awesome. That's really good.
Right. And so we see here then, back to shape-shifting, that there was many times that Yahushua, they wanted to capture him or kill him, and they wanted to throw him off the cliff and some other places. And instead, he just walked out of their midst, out of the middle of them. And so therefore, he either disappeared, he froze time, walked out of there, or he shapeshifted and became a child or a dog or an old man or something that they couldn't recognize him and just walked away from him. There's a lot of times in Scripture, at least, half a dozen times or more. And so they knew that they couldn't lay hands on him if he shapeshifted or disappeared or froze time, whatever he did, maybe all of them, and walked out of their midst. And so they hired Judas he probably said, I can identify him no matter what he does, and so they hired him, and so this is what Judas did. But he didn't shapeshift with them because he knew his time was concluded. And so he didn't walk away from them. He didn't disappear. He didn't do anything. Matter of fact, he confirmed to them that he was Yahushua by healing this man, and he allowed one of the Talmud to cut off the man's ear so that he could confirm to them, yeah, you got the right man. I'm Yahushua. Watch this. let me put this man's ear back on, something that no man could do except for me. Go ahead, Phil.
And he responded with love instead of what they were thinking that he was going to do, with not hatred, but with, yeah, he responded with love to them by restoring this person's ear, and obviously love to give him that ear to hear the message. Who knows, maybe that centurion believed after that, may have become a believer.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Real good stuff. Anybody else? Thoughts or comments?
And also, showing that love conquers all this. That it goes back to the 10 words, the 2 greatest commandments. If you do those, you have great power, and he will grant you all this power to be able to shape shift, to be able to do whatever. He'll hide you, whatever. And I, of course, know that's going to be in the glorified sense too. But I know you and I have talked, Mark, before, how we have basically disappeared in certain situations and nothing's happened to us when things around us were just turned into chaos. So, he can do anything he wants, and then nobody even sees you, right? They don't even see you, even though you're there. So that's awesome. That's awesome stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing that Judas came to betray him with a kiss, to betray his love for him. And then Yahusha turns right around and uses love to confirm who he was. Amazing, isn't it? Kind of the opposite of what Judas did. Go ahead, Sharon.
And we got to remember it was the spirit within Judas Iscariot, is the only way I can right now. It was the spirit within him. So Yahusha's showing love, and Hasatan is like he thinks he has authority to take him down when he wants to, and it is not happening. It's in his time, so he allowed it now for the time that he'd turn around and heal the miracle. I told Ike the last miracle, but really it's not. The last miracle of him being here was his resurrection. So.
Yeah, it says farther down in 53, but this is your hour and the authority of darkness. And so, yeah, Hashatan was in Judas, okay, and showing hate and betrayal and using Yahusha's love against him. And Yahuwah displays love and confirming who he was and confirming that it was his choice to give up his life for others, to put others before himself, and to go ahead and go to the stake as a lamb led to slaughter for love of the people, And so we see the Satan's hatred, and then we see Yahuwah's love displayed here. It's an amazing thing. Okay, let's go ahead, Phil.
Verse 52, and Yahusha said to those who had come against him, the chief priests and the captains of the set-apart place, and the elders, have you come out against a robber with swords and clubs? While I was with you daily in the Kodesh place, you did not lay hands on me. But this is your hour and the authority of darkness. And having seized him, they led him and brought him to the house of the high priest, and Kepha was following at a distance. And when they had lit a fire in the middle of the courtyard and sat down together, Kepha sat among them. And a certain servant girl, seeing him as he sat by the fire, looked intently at him and said, and this one was with him. But he denied him, saying, Asha, I do not know him. And after a little while, another saw him and said, you are one of them too. Akiva said, man, I am not. And about an hour later, another insisted, saying, truly, this one was with him too, for he is Galilean too. Akiva said, man, I do not know what you are saying. And immediately, while he was still speaking, a cock crowed. And the master turned and looked at Kepha, and Kepha remembered the word of the master, how it was said to him, before the cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times. And Kepha went out and wept bitterly. And the men who were holding Yahusha were mocking him, beating him. And having blindfolded him, they were scratching him on the face, and were asking him, saying, Prophecy, who is it that struck you? And they said to him, much more blaspheming. And when it became Yom, the elders of the people, both chief priests and scribes, came together, and they led him into their council, saying, If you are a Mashiach, say it to us. And he said to them, If I truly say it to you, you would not believe it at all. And if I ask you, you would not answer me at all. From now on, the Son of Adam shall sit at the right hand of the power of Yahuwah. And they all said, You are the Son of Elohim. And he said to them, You say that I am? And they said, Why do we need further witness? For we heard it ourselves from his mouth.
Okay, hang on.
Okay,
That's
the name
the end.
Yahuwah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, thanks, Phil.
Yep.
Okay, so back up here in verse 69. It says, From now on, the Son of Adam shall sit at the right hand of the power of Yahuwah. And so what this verse is doing, well, first of all, can somebody tell me what this is, what this means on the right hand of the power of Yahuwah? What's that mean? Is he sitting on a elongated bench next to Yahuwah? Is that what this is saying? Go ahead, Danny.
The right hand is a Hebrew idiom for the power or the actions. So in this case, it would be he would be the power and the actions of Yahuwah.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Raul.
I think what he's saying is that the flesh will be passing away, and his ruach will return to being Yahuwah, to being the Father.
Well, no. The flesh was resurrected. He didn't just return as a ruach. You know, his ruach and Yahusha's ruach was intellectually connected to the Ruach HaKodesh. And so wherever the Ruach goes, the man's spirit went with it. Okay. But the body was laid dead, but he resurrected the body up from the dead and then changed it into immortality. In other words, he went back to being his body of light, the firstborn of all creation, and then ascended back up onto the throne. Body and Ruach, but not fleshly body, but his body of light. But because he transformed it.
That's kind of what I meant. I just said it wrong. That he would return to his original, what he was before he came down to the other.
Right. Okay, so what does this mean then? Son of Adam shall sit on the right hand of the power of Yahuwah. Does it mean this right here? This is what Christianity wants you to believe right here. They want you to believe, let me see, if it was the right hand, then it would be right here. Here's his right arm. And so maybe then this would be Yahuwah. And to his right hand, to the right of him, on this elongated bench would be Yahusha. And then over here at his left side would be the Ruach HaKodesh. This is what Christianity wants you to believe, that this is Yahuwah, the Father, and to his right hand is Yahusha, the Son, and on the left side would be the Ruach HaKodesh, sitting on one throne, but it's an elongated throne, long enough for all three of them to sit there and be in perfect unity. Is this what we're to believe? Is this what this means? The Son of Adam shall sit on the right hand of the power of Yahuwah? Or does this mean something else? Somebody. What's it mean? Okay, so this is a Hebraic idiom from the Hebrew language. And this verse here, 69, does something amazing. It actually defines the Hebrew idiom for us. It tells us what that means. And so when it says, he shall sit on the right hand of the power of Yahuwah. And so what that means is the one that sits on the right hand in Hebrew is the one that wields power and all authority. He's the number one honcho. He's the king. He's the one in charge. He's the one that tells everybody else what to do. And this defines that for us. The right hand of the power of Yahuwah means that he is Yahuwah, and he is the one sitting on the one throne in the Shemayim. That's what that idiom means, and it's defining it for us, letting us know that. Now, in the American mindset, we have a similar idiom in our language, and we say, oh, he's the right-hand man of Luwat. And so what that would be the one who brings Lu's messages to somebody else. Or it could be the second in charge, or it could be the vice president. Okay? And so it's a physical person. In the Hebrew language, there's no second person. There's only one person, and it's the one at the right hand. The right hand is usually the hand of power. Everybody's right-handed, right? So it's the powerful hand. And so when you come from the right hand, it means you're the one with the power of Yahuwah, with the authority of Yahuwah. See that? Which means you are Yahuwah in the Hebrew language. It's totally different idiom. We can't read that with the American or English mindset because we'll be wrong. And the sickening part is that circus teaches their followers to take every single word in the KJV literally. And that violates the only law of idioms and parables and metaphors, which is they never mean what they say. Never take them literal because they always mean something other than what they're saying. And so to tell someone to take every word in the King James as literal, you're violating the law of idioms and parables and metaphors, so they're going to be totally lost. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking about how Yahuwah used Yahushua to create everything that was created. And so he's really just going to continue doing what he was created to do, to carry out the will of Yahushua.
Yeah, he's just Yahuwah's body. No matter if he's a body of light, his spiritual body, or if he's his fleshly body, Yahushua is simply Yahuwah's body. The Word is Yahuwah's body. The firstborn of all creation is Yahuwah's body. The messenger of Yahuwah is Yahuwah's body. So if it's Yahuwah's body, it belongs to Yahuwah. Who do you think's indwelling that body, that vessel, that tent? Who's in there? Yahuwah. And so he is Yahuwah. He's just his tent, his vessel. Proof of that is he died. The vessel died. He disrobed himself of his body and left it hanging on the stake. Yahuwah himself did not die, but his body did, and it shed its blood out and poured his blood out onto the altar of the earth for the remission of sins. Go ahead, David.
You know, you said it right there. It's like the King James version is that's a translation off the Latin Vulgate, translation off the Greek, translation off the Hebrew. And people that read it and try to make points with it, it's like they're just doing that. It's like they're just reading a teleprompter without thinking. You know what I mean? And it's amazing that sometimes I guess we just need to be patient and talk to them. So hopefully they'll hear their own words, because if you say that stuff out loud, it makes no sense what you're doing. So I'm really glad you're going over this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very important to do a study on Hebrew language, Hebrew culture, Hebrew idioms, parables, metaphors, and to understand, because this was written by Hebrews, for Hebrews. It was written by a Hebrew, in Hebrew, for Hebrew. So you must understand the Hebrew language, the Hebrew culture, the Hebrew idioms, and everything else about them. And if you really want to get a good understanding of scriptures, you better dig into the Hebrew roots of matters. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, no, I was going to say, you're saying it right there. It's like every letter is a word. Every letter is a number. That's what I'm learning it now, because I want to learn more. And it's just fascinating, like how in depth. That's why when I just read translations and people are so, I don't want to say pig-headed, it's like, oh, it's this way. It's like, no, you got to stop and you got to think for a second, because this is what it means. And it's just, yeah, like you said, it's the Hebrew language is fascinating. And that's why, I don't know about me personally. It's like, I can tell you've done it. I'll tell you what, it blows my mind how much, I don't want to say homework you've done, but like how much digging and uncovering, because you even answer all these questions. And just same thing with like Lou and Phyllis. It's like, wow, like I wouldn't even have known that there were stones to uncover to find this kind of stuff, that it was even there. It's just amazing. So it's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, to be honest with you, half of this stuff I don't even know until, Yahusha's showing it to me as we're going through it. And then I just repeat what he's showing me. I'll be truthful about it. I'm right along with you all. It's just the Ruach's just showing stuff to me as we're studying. And so I reveal it. It's not me. It's all esteemed to Yahusha. Although I did a lot of studying and reading and research, of course, but he goes into my mind and he pulls all this out and reminds me of it, and so it's all Yahusha, nothing to do with me. I don't want 1 ounce of his esteem. Go ahead, Ike.
Effort,
Go ahead.
the more effort you put out, the more he reveals.
Oh yeah. How bad do you want it?
Yeah.
The more you want it, the more he'll give it.
Yeah.
You got to show him that you're hungry for truth, man. Truth's the vehicle that takes us to where we want to go. So our final destination, where we want to get to, is love. That's the lesson of the Torah, is how to love Yahuwah and others. Once we are able to pass the love test, we've completed the Torah. We've graduated. So truth takes us to love. And love is Yahuwah. Anybody else got any comments, thoughts, or questions at this point on chapter 22? We going into chapter 23 today? Phyllis, thumbs up, thumbs down. How you feeling, girl?
Okay, I'll try to hang in there.
All right. Phil, can you continue to read for us, brother?
Chapter 23. An entire assembly of them having risen up, led him to Pilate and began to accuse him, saying, "We found this one perverting the nation and forbidding to pay taxes to Kaiser, saying that he himself is the Mashiach, a sovereign." And Pilate asked him, saying, "Are you the sovereign of Yahuwah, of Yehudim?" And answering him, he said, "You said it." And
Okay,
Pilate,
stop.
Okay.
Okay, here where it says we found this one perverting the nation and forbidden to pay taxes to Caesar. Is that true? Did Yahusha do that? What did he do? Go ahead, Raul.
He said to them, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to Yahuwah what is Yahuwah."
That's right. So they're lying then. They're being a false witness against him, right? In Matthew 26.
They're breaking one of the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Which one? Which one are they breaking?
Do not bring false witness against your neighbor.
Yeah, number 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at Matthew 26:59. Matthew. And the chief priest and the elders and all the council were seeking false witnesses against Yahusha to put him to death, but found none. Although many false witnesses came forward, they found none. But at least 2 false witnesses came forward and said, this one said, "I am able to destroy the temple of Elohim and to build it in 3 days." So here we find out that they would gathered a lot of false witnesses against Yahusha, and they were going in there and lying in the court against him. They had to lie against him, didn't they? Why did they have to lie against him? Why did they have to lie? Somebody. What happened to Jill? Come back, Jill. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Because they couldn't tell the truth, because there wasn't anything to tell if they didn't lie.
Right. He was innocent man. He was innocent man. They couldn't do nothing to him unless they lied against him. Phil? Got anything?
Well, they're just like Hashatan. They're liars. So his spirit is within them of pride and wanting to get the attention of the people instead of what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be serving, not dictating.
Don't you find it kind of strange that the priests, okay, the Pharisees, was out running around trying to find people that was willing to come in and give false witness against someone and direct violation of the 9th commandment, which they were pretending like they were obeying? I mean, is that crazy or is that crazy? It goes to show you they didn't even care about the 10 Debarim, did they? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, and that's why he said the spirit of the anti-Messiah is already within them, or around. It's always started. And it's within them because they're trying to give him false accusations. Because they want money and they want fame and they want their little kingdom on earth.
Yeah. Go ahead, Raul.
As the Pharisees say, not as the Pharisees do, because he knew they were hypocrites.
They were definitely hypocrites. Okay, so yeah, they had to come up with false witnesses because he was an innocent man. All right, Phil, let's continue on.
Verse 4, and Pilate said to the chief priests and the crowd, I find no guilt in this man. But they were insisting, saying, he stirs up the people, teaching through all Yehuda, beginning from Galilee to this place. And when Pilate heard of Galilee, he asked if the man were a Galilean. And when he learned that he was under the authority of Herod, he sent him to Herod, who was also in Jerusalem in those Yamin. And seeing Yahusha, Herod rejoiced greatly. For a long time he had wished to see him, because he had heard much about him and was anticipating to see some miracle done by him, and was questioning him with many words, but he gave him no answer. And the chief priests and the scribes stood, accusing them intensely. And Herod with his soldiers made light of him and mocked him, dressing him in a splendid robe, and sent him back to Pilate. And on that yom, Pilate and Herod became friends with each other, for before they had been at odds with each other. And Pilate, having called together the chief priests and the rulers of the people, said to them, you brought this man to me, as no one turns aside the people. And look, I have examined him in your presence and have found no guilt in this man regarding the charges which you make against him. And neither did Herod, for I sent you back to him, and look, he has done none at all deserving death. Having disciplined him, then I shall release, for he had to release one to them at the festival. And they cried out all together, saying, away with this one, and release to us Barabbas, who had been thrown into prison for certain uprising made in the city for murder. Wishing to release Yahusha, then Pilate appealed to them again, saying, but they were calling out, saying, stake him, stake him. And he said to them in the third time, why? What evil has he done? I have found no reason for death in him. Having disciplined him, then I shall release him. But with yelling voices they insisted, asking for him to be staked. And the voices of these men and the chief priests were prevailing. And Pilate pronounced sentence what they had asked should be done. And he released the one they asked for, who for uprising and murder had been thrown into prison. But he had handed Yahusha over to their will.
Hold on a minute, Dave, Phil.
Okay.
Dave, you got a question?
This was my question that I was learning as I was like reading like loose stuff and reading this. We as Natsarim know that he was staked, not crucified, right? Because the crucified is what's his name from 360? Oh my gosh, I can't think right now. Constantine, right? Because the cross is Constantine's battle thing, and we believe that he was put on a stake, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. That's thank you.
Yeah, a stake or a pole or a tree. Okay. Peter says he was hung on a tree. So, yeah, a tree, a pole, a stake, definitely not a cross.
Yeah.
Definitely not a cross.
Thank you.
Yeah, a cross is something that Constantine saw when he was gazing up at the sun, squinting at the sun. He saw a cross, and so he proclaimed war in the name of the symbol of the cross, and that's what they went to war with. So we conquer in the name of the cross. You know, he thought it was a sign from God, is what he thought it was.
Yeah, as soon as I realized that, I took my necklaces off and just got away. Just got rid of them because I just, we wear those all the time. Anyway, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, I think we all took crosses out and took them off our walls and off our necks and out of our ears, and at least I hope we all did. Yeah, the cross in a literal sense can be seen as the image of the beast. People bow down to that cross. They take knees to that cross, and they actually sing to the cross. They bow down to it. They give it credit for being able to deliver you. It's kind of a weird thing that they do. And so, yeah, we want to distance ourselves from any type of cross worship, because a cross actually represents the sun, and therefore you're sun worshiping. A cross is just a figure of the star of a sunbeam. That's what it is. That's why you can see these little marks coming off the cross a lot of times. They even put a circle on them to show you that it's the sun, and so forth and so on. Okay. Anybody got any questions on that?
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on then.
Verse 26, and as they led him away, they laid hold of a certain man, Shimon, a Crean, who was coming up from the field, and they put a stake on him to bear it behind Yahusha. And there's that stake, Sagittarius, staff, bow, beam, not a crux. And a great number of people were following him, and women who were also mourning and lamenting him. But Yahusha, turning to them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For see, Yaman are coming, in which they shall say, Blessed are the barren, and wombs that have never bore, and the breasts that have never nursed.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
What does that mean? When is that day coming? When is the day coming when people are going to say, Blessed are the barren and wombs that never bore, and the breasts that never nursed? When is that coming? Phyllis?
I wonder if it's related to pray that your flight not be on Sabbath, and that you not be pregnant or nursing or pregnant. Because I see that relationship here.
Yeah, it's definitely related to that. So when is that? What time in history is that going to be? Ike?
It's around the time that Satan sits in the temple.
That's right. Correct. Dave, go ahead.
It's sort of like how you said, when a nuclear bomb happens and all that stuff happens and people are gone, they're not even going to have more than a split second to, it's not like the guy who was being staked with, Yeshua or Yahusha, because like at least he had the chance to ask for forgiveness. Like people, there'll be a time where there'll be no time to ask for forgiveness. That's what I thought. Thank you.
As Scripture says, there's going to be a time of distress that's never been seen before on the earth. It never will be. So that's when the wrath of the devil comes upon the earth. The last 3.5 years of the tribulation years, when the son of perdition is revealed up on the Temple Mount, proclaiming to be Yahuwah and is worshipped as Yahuwah. Time to get out of there, right? Time to run, because great persecution's coming. That's never been seen before, ever on the earth from the beginning, and never will be seen again. Well, great persecution. And so that's the time. And so the persecution will be so great and so horrific. The carnage, the torture, the unhumanity stuff that's just going to be so gross, so horrific. The people are going to be saying, blessed is a woman that's womb's barren and never bore a child, and breasts never suckled a child, never brought a child into the world, because the world's going to be so wicked, so horrible, that it's best that you're not even born. We're seeing that today. Really, it's starting. People are starting to, not want to bring children into this world the way it is. People are talking like that, but it's going to intensify and get a lot worse during the tribulation years, the last 3.5 years of the 6,000 years allocated to mankind. Okay. I think this is specifically speaking of the end of the end times, the latter days, at the Battle of Armageddon. But we can definitely say that it's speaking of the last 3.5 years of tribulation years, the latter times, the latter days. Okay. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Go ahead, Ike.
Just all esteem to Yahusha for his protection over us.
Hallelujah.
Okay. This is going to be a horrible time, folks. And we're not going to be raptured. Rapture's false. We're going to be here. We're going to be instructing many. We're going to be leading many to righteousness, and more than you can count. A human can't even count the ones that we're going to convert during this horrific era of human existence known as the tribulation years. It's going to be horrible, horrible, horrible. Horror, horror, horror. All right. Any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts? Let's go, Phil.
Verse 30. Then they shall begin to say to the mountains, fall on us, and to the hills, cover us. Because if they do this to the green tree, what is going to be done to the dry tree? And 2 other also evildoers were led with him to be put to death. And
Okay, stop.
Okay.
So what does this mean? Because if they do this to the green tree, what is going to be done to the dry tree? What's that mean? What's the green tree and what's the dry tree? Raul.
In my opinion, I think the green trees are the ones that we do believe in Yahusha's blood, and the dry trees are the people that do not believe in Yahusha. And if some of us are going to get hurt, imagine what the other one's going to get hurt.
That could be. Anybody else got any opinion on that? Different interpretation? Go ahead, Dave.
If this is going to happen to the innocent, or the so-called innocent who aren't protected by him, then what's going to happen to the people who are actually causing this to happen, or making it happen? That's what I say.
Okay, so what's happening right now? Let's put this in context. What's going on right now? What are we reading about? Well, look back up there to verse 28. But Yahusha, turning to them, these women that were mourning and lamenting, and said, daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. So let's put it in context. He's talking to them about days that are coming after his death. Okay. And then they shall be say to the mountains, fall on us, and the hills cover us, because if they do this to the green tree, what is going to be done to the dry tree? So what's going on at the present moment? What's happening here? Go ahead, Raul.
He could be talking about the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD.
What's happening here at this immediate moment? What's happening here at this immediate moment? When we put this in context, what are we reading about? Yahusha is being staked. He's being taken to Golgotha, okay, to the hill of the skulls, okay. He's been beaten up. He's suffering. The women are crying and laminating over him, and he turns and tells them, "Don't cry for me. Cry for what's coming for you and your children," which is in a time period of then, them and their children, and maybe out into the future. But he's telling them something here. And then he says that the time's coming where that barren women's going to be blessed. And people are going to be crying for the mountains to fall on them and for the hills to cover them. Because if they do this to the green tree, what's going to be done to the dry tree? So what's he talking about? Put it in perspective. Put it in context. Raul.
The end times?
Maybe, but I don't think he's going that far out. I mean, I think he is in verse 29 and verse 30. He's speaking about the end of the latter days. But I think in this verse 31, he's not. I think he's speaking, bringing it back into context, back into the present moment where he's being persecuted there and suffering. Go ahead, Ike.
Let me read it out. Because if they do this to the green tree, are they referring the green tree to Yahusha and the dry tree to us? If they do it to me, they're going to do it to you.
Yeah, that's what I think it means.
That just hit me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's exactly what he's saying here. He's the green tree. And if they're going to do this to me, what do you think they're going to do to you, my followers? Right? Everybody seeing that?
Now I see it.
Okay. And so then he brings it back, into context of what's going on at the immediate moment. Okay, and then let's go ahead and read that, Phil, further on.
33. And then when they had come to the place called Gothica, they staked him there, and the evildoers, one on the right and another on the left. And Yahusha said, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do. And they divided his garments and cast lots. And the people were standing looking on. And the rulers were also sneering with them, saying, He delivered others, let him save himself. If he is the Mashiach, the chosen of Elohim. And the soldiers were mocking him too, coming and offering him sour wine, and saying, If you are the sovereign of Yehudim, save yourself. And there was also an inscription written over him in letters of Greek and Roman and Hebrew. This is the sovereign of the Yehudim. Yahusha of Nazareth, the sovereign of the Yehudim. And one of the evildoers who were hanged was speaking evil of him and saying, If you are the Mashiach, save yourself and us. But the other, responding, rebuked him, saying, Do you not fear Elohim, since you are under the same judgment? And we, indeed, rightly so, for we receive the due reward of our deeds, but this one has done no wrong. And he said to Yahusha, Master, remember when you come into your reign. And Yahusha said to him, Truly I say to you today, you shall be with me in paradise. And
okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, so here where he says, Yahusha said to him, Truly I say to you today, you shall be with me in paradise. When did that happen? Immediately upon their death? Or did they die and go to heaven? Their spirit go to a place called heaven where St. Peter's up there intercepting people and making them answer a list of questions. And if you don't answer his questions correctly, he's going to throw you off the cloud and down into a place called hell where Satan's going to intercept you and poke you in the butt with his pitchfork and then throw you into a pool of fire that burns forever. What you mean? What's he telling this guy? When you'll be with me in paradise. Go ahead, Ike.
Well, he's basically saying, this day I'm telling you, you're going to be with me. You know, he's not saying he's going to go to paradise right then. He said, this day, I'm telling you, you know, that's what he's saying.
So when did he go to paradise?
Well, he's still sleeping right now. So he did.
Yeah, he's still sleeping. He's still asleep. So how do we know for sure that Yahusha nor this robber went to heaven that exact day that Yahusha made this promise? How do we know that for sure? What's the proof of that? Raul?
That Yahusha resurrected on the third day.
Right. Yeah, Yahusha resurrected on the third day, and when he appeared to Miriam, he said, "Don't touch me. I've not ascended to the Father yet," which means he was sleeping for them 3 days. His spirit did not go into heaven, a place called heaven, and neither did that robber. They were both asleep. Yahusha was resurrected after 3 days and 3 nights, and the robber remains asleep until either the first resurrection or the second resurrection. Now, when do you think this robber's going to be resurrected? At the first resurrection or the second resurrection? Dave?
Well, I was just guessing the second one. That's what I was.
Ike?
I was going to say when it's during the first resurrection. Yeah, that's what I say.
Phil?
I think the second, because he doesn't know the marriage vows, the 10 words. So I don't think that's part of the requirement for that marriage supper of the Lamb is his name and the commandments and doing his will, bearing fruit. So I don't know.
Any other thoughts, comments, questions? So my humble opinion, we'll see him at the second resurrection, basically because of what Phil just said. Anybody else? Okay, Phil, let's roll.
Verse 44. And it now was about the 6th hour, and darkness came over all the land until the 9th hour. There's an echo mark.
There's an echo.
Yes.
Yes.
That's Dave.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead now. Start
And
over.
the sun. Okay. And the sun was darkened, and the veil of the Mishkan was torn in two. And crying out with a loud voice, Yahusha said, "Father, into your hands I commit my ruach." And having said this, he breathed his last.
Stop. Okay. Several things here. First of all, where it says, and it was now about the 6th hour, and darkness came over all the land until the 9th hour. What time period is that? What time period is that?
Is it 12 and 3?
Yes, it's 12 o'clock p.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. on our timeline. Okay. What happened? What day is this? What day is it? Raul? Raul?
Day. Prep day.
What's that? This is prep day. This is Passover. Okay. So
Prep.
what happened? What's that? Yeah, prep day, Passover. Okay. So what traditionally happens on Passover between noon and 3 o'clock p.m.? Other than the sun turning dark is not traditionally happens. Okay. That was something that happened that was supernatural. You know, a lot of Christians try to tell you that this was a sun eclipse, but we know that there's never been a sun eclipse, a solar eclipse, the last 3 hours. Okay, that's never happened before. So this cannot be a solar eclipse. But the sun was darkened for 3 hours. But what traditionally happens between the hours on Passover between 12 o'clock p.m. and 3 o'clock p.m.? Raul?
The lamb is slaughtered.
Right. The Passover lambs are slaughtered. Tradition has it that Yahusha was the first sacrificial Passover lamb slaughtered that day. But that's only tradition. I can't show you that in Scripture. So did everybody understand that? This was the time period where they began to slaughter their Passover lambs. Okay? Any comments, questions, thoughts? Okay. And so Yahusha was our Passover lamb this day.
Can I just say, wow, that's amazing. I never thought about that. That's so awesome.
Okay, now verse 46. The last words Yahusha spoke, according to Luke, is crying out with a loud voice. Yahusha said, Father, into your hands I commit my ruach. And having said this, he breathed his last. So these would have been his last words according to Luke. When we look in other witnesses, there's a disagreement. And we need to understand this. This is extremely important. So look at Matthew 27. Matthew 27, 46 through 50 here. It says, and about the 9th hour, or 3 o'clock p.m., Yahusha cried out with a loud voice, saying, Ali, Ali, lama sabachthani, that is, my all, why have you forsaken me? Here he was not displaying himself as a subordinate God of a made-up Godhead. He was not acting inferior or subordinate in any way. What he was doing was continuing to teach the onlookers below, and he was referencing Psalms 22 here, so that they would understand what was taking place. And so Israel at this time, in the first century, was they were an oral society, and the children were taught, okay, from early childhood. They were taught to quote Torah. And so they would recite the first word of a verse or the first sentence or two of a verse, and they would stop. And then the children or the students would continue to recite the verse until they could do it verbatim. And by the time these Hebrew children reached 20, adult age, they could all recite the Torah verbatim. And so the Yahuwah, being a teacher, being our only rabbi, was continued to teach even as he hung on the stake. Okay? And so with his last breath, he's teaching the onlookers so they could understand what was happening that day. And if you read Psalms 22, you'll see that is the very first verse of Psalms 22. My all, why have you forsaken me? So this was referencing the onlookers to Psalms 22, which they knew by heart verbatim and could recite it verbatim, and they could understand what was taking place. Very interesting. Matter of fact, there's a little caption here up here on that. It says, instead of using references to the writings as we do today, meaning chapters and verses. A rabbi of that time would reference the first word or line of an area of text. So by reciting the first line of Psalms 22, Yahushua was teaching and referred to the whole psalm, and the people knew it. As they were taught as children, they could do that. And so as we look at this, we continue to look here. It says down in verse 50, and Yahushua cried out again with a loud voice and gave up his ruach. And so it sounds like this was his last words, but he cried out. But he doesn't tell us what he said. But other witnesses do tell us what he said when he cried out. So when he cried out, he didn't just go, ah, and die. He said something, his final word, okay? And so he said something beyond the reference in Psalms 22, okay? So this is Matthew. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, no, I was going to say shalom, but I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, he said shalom, and we can find proof of that. So now let's look. See, that's different than what was said in Luke, right? And so in Luke, it was quoted that he said, "Father, into your hands I commit my ruach." Okay, and does that mean that his spirit went to back to Yahuwah, who gave it? And does that mean that our spirit goes back to Yahuwah? It's our spirit. It is not his spirit. Is there a difference between Yahusha and us? Don't forget, his spirit was Yahuwah. So back to you, take back your spirit. Into your hands I commit my spirit, which is Yahuwah's spirit. You see that? His spirit, which he did have because he was fully 100% human. He was exactly like us, and he had a human dual nature, had a dual nature. Fully human, fully Yahuwah. And so did Yahuwah die? When the Lamb of Yahuwah was hanging on that stake, dead, did Yahuwah die? Did he? No way did Yahuwah die. So what happened to Yahuwah? He disrobed himself of the flesh and went back to being Yahuwah. And so into your hands I commit my ruach. So his human spirit, which we all have, and so did Yahusha, was eternally connected permanently to Yahuwah's ruach. And so when Yahuwah disrobed himself of his tent, he took the human spirit with him because they cannot be separated. It's eternally connected, although it was his human spirit because he was Yahuwah. Everybody seeing that? This is a hard thing to explain. And I'm saying it as easy as I could possibly can to get you to understand it. Is there any questions about it? I know it's a hard thing to grasp. Go ahead, Ike.
But isn't this verse similar to where Yahuwah doesn't anybody dead yet? Their flesh might be dead, but their spirit is not dead because Go ahead.
What's their spirit doing as far as a human? Yahusha's human. Yahusha was human, and he had a spirit. His spirit went with the ruach. It's permanently connected. Wherever it goes, that human spirit goes. But I'm talking about us. Where's our spirit? What happens to our spirit when we die? We fall asleep. What happens?
Goes back to Yah.
Oh.
Or does it sleep?
It goes to sleep. It sleeps. Our body returns to dust, and our ruach sleeps and waiting on the first resurrection.
Right. Yeah.
Why does he raise our body back up? What is the need or the purpose of him raising our old fleshly bodies back up from the dust. Ike?
You mean I'm going to look just like this in 1,000-year reign?
You're going to be, I think you're going to be identifiable as yourself. Yeah, I do. I don't know if you're going to appear as 25 or as you do now. I have no idea. You know, it doesn't really say. But I think that we can all identify you as being Ike. I really do. I think that's why he raises our bodies back up as identification. That's one reason, but that's not the reason I'm asking about. Why does he have to raise our bodies back up from the dust? Seth?
So we can inherit the earth.
Flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah, which is eternal reign.
So it's not after he transforms us into our immortal bodies.
He transforms. He's going to raise our old bodies up and immediately, in the blink of an eye, transform our bodies into immortality. We're going to be given a body of light, not flesh. But why is he going to go through the bother of resurrecting or bringing our old flesh and blood bodies back up out of the dust when he could just simply give us an immortal body and leave that in the dust where it belongs? Why? Ike?
Because it's who we are.
Because it's who we are. So our bodies and our spirit together make us who we are. Therefore, when he brings our bodies back up, he's waking up our Ruach with our bodies, and now we are Mark August again. We're Dave Steed again. We're Raul Koto again. We're Yami Koto again. We're Seth again. We're Lashia again. We're Kay Kyle again. We're Ike again. We're Sharon again. We're Jill again. We're Phil again. We're Phyllis again. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So big difference between what happens to us and what happened to Yahusha. Yahusha was the only man to ever have dual nature. 100% fully human, 100% fully Yahuwah, divine nature. The only one that ever lived that has that characteristic, that quality. Okay. Back to where we were talking about, Mark 15:37. Go to Mark 15:37. We're looking at the last words of Yahusha here, what he said. And so Mark 15:37 says, "And Yahusha cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last." Okay, so Mark here is not giving us any further clue of what Yahusha's last words were. He's just saying he cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. So we know he screamed something out. Right? He said something. And so here we have Matthew and Mark really not telling us what his last words were, but Matthew does say that he referenced his onlookers to Psalms 22 and then screamed something out and breathed his last breath. So we can safely say one of the last things he said was, my all, why have you forsaken me?" Referencing everybody back to Psalms 22. Okay, so we know that much. Phyllis, go ahead.
You said, did you tell us to go to Mark 15 verse
37?
Well, 34, he is telling you that he cried out with a loud voice saying, Ali, Ali, lama, whatever. It says it right here that he was saying that.
Yes, he did. But what we're searching for is what his last words were. And so this is an agreement with Matthew that he did say this, my all, why have you forsaken me? But it wasn't his last words. Because if we go down to 37, it says, and Yahusha cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. So he said something. All right, see what I'm getting at? And so Matthew and Mark are in agreement that near his death, very close to his death, he referenced the onlookers to Psalms 22. Okay. They are not in agreement with Luke. Luke is saying that in his last breath, he said, Father, into your hands I commit my ruach. And having said this, he breathed his last. So that Luke is saying that that's what he said, and then he died. Well, Mark and Matthew is saying, no, he said, my all, why have you forsaken me? And then he cried out and said something else and gave up his last breath. So what is that something else? Which would be his last words. See what I'm getting at? Go ahead, Dave.
I'm not going to say anything, but we have to think, and who was there when he passed, right?
And there you go.
Awesome.
And so that's a very good point. Now, Matthew may have been an eyewitness. Mark was not, and Luke was not. So possibly we have Matthew as an eyewitness here. But it says that they were far away and witnessing this stuff. And we know that when the shepherd was struck, the sheep scattered. And so the 12 weren't around. They were hiding and possibly watching at a distance. So they couldn't really hear what he was saying. So maybe that's why they didn't record it. Maybe they heard him scream in a loud voice, said something, but they were so far away and they were hiding and scared that they didn't quite hear what he said. And so they didn't record it. They just said he screamed out with a loud voice and then gave up his breath. Maybe they don't know what he said. That's a possibility, right? Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Lucia.
And Luke, he interviewed people. So with interviewing people, you know, he probably was asking, maybe he asked people who were closer, what did they like, what was his last words? So I don't know.
Okay, who do we know for a fact, Lashia? Who do we know for a fact was there? Who was there on Golgotha? Who was there? Who was present when he was hanging on that stake?
I know you just said Matthew.
No. Matthew was probably in hiding. He was probably at a distance. The 12 scattered. Remember, you strike the shepherd, the sheep, the flock scatters. It's prophesied that they would do that. Mm-hmm. So the 12 was not there. They were in hiding. They were far away at a distance.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So who was there? Who was the witnesses? Who was at the stake?
Was Mary there?
Mary was there. Mary Magdalene was there. Miriam, his mother, was there. Miriam's aunt was there. There was quite a few women there. Mm-hmm. What man was there?
John was there, wasn't he?
John referencing who? The son of thunder?
You know what? I always thought so, but I'm probably wrong.
Raul.
Eleazar, the one he loved the most. Eleazar.
Oh, okay.
Eleazar was there. How do we know that Eleazar, which was going by the alias Yehukanan, who is the author of the book, letter of Yehukanan, and the three letters of Yehukanan and Revelation, how do we know he was there? For sure. How do we know? What's the proof that he was there and could hear what Yahusha said? He was at the bottom there of the stake with the women. Raul?
Mother, see your son, and he said to him, "Here is your mother," and he loved him the most of all.
Exactly. So he was standing right next to the Miriam, right, the mother of Yahusha, and so he's standing there, and Yahusha said, "Woman, see your son. Son, see your mother." And at that end, when he did that, what happened? Yahusha was the firstborn son of Miriam, right? And so he was the first fruit of Miriam. And so when he said that to Yehukanan and to Miriam, he was giving her a firstborn, because Eleazar was older than his brothers and sisters. And so Eleazar became Mary's firstborn son. He took over the position of the elder of the family. And that's why, if you look over here at Yehukanan 2, second Yehukanan, you'll see Eleazar calling himself the elder. It says right here, second Yehukanan 1, the elder to the chosen lady, which is Miriam, and her children, which are the rest of her Yahusha's brothers, James, Joseph, Jude, Simon, and he had sisters, whom I love in truth, and not only I, but also all those who have known the truth. See that? So he's referring to himself as the elder because Yahusha gave him that title, that place, put him in that position of the firstborn of Miriam. He took Yahusha's place. Everybody seeing that? Dave, go ahead.
What verse was that again? I'm so sorry.
That is 2 John verse 1.
Okay, you know what? And because I'm learning so much, you covered all this like a couple of meetings ago, right? I think with okay, it's all clicking. This makes so much sense.
We've studied this before, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's awesome.
We've almost went through the entire Natsarim writings, folks. After we finish Luke, we only have Matthew and Mark to go, and we've concluded the entire Natsarim writings.
Yeah, but it's realizing that it's not John, that it was Lazarus or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Eleazar. Yeah,
that's right. That's
awesome. Yeah, mind blowing stuff. Okay. Now let's finish up our study. So we have, agree. We're in agreement that it was Eleazar who was present at the stake with the women, with all those women. Okay, he was the only man there, besides Roman soldiers, that is. So let's go and see his witness. Did he give us a witness? Yeah, let's go look at it. Yehukanan 19. See what he says about it. So Yehukanan 19, 28 through 30 says, I'm going to back up to 26. Then Yahusha, seeing his mother and the people whom he loved standing by, he said to his mother, I shall see your son. Then to the pupil he said, see your mother. And from that hour that pupil took her to his own. This was the writer of this letter. And the pupil whom Yahusha loved was none other than Eleazar. We know that for a fact. After this, Yahusha, knowing that all had been accomplished, in order that the scripture might be accomplished, said, I thirst. A bowl of sour wine stood there, and they filled the sponge with sour wine, put it on hyssop, and held it to his mouth. So when Yahusha took the sour wine, he said, it is finished. Okay, so Greek, tetelessia, but Hebrew, nishium, or completed, or brought to an end, as in the constructual term. The word shalom means perfected and completed also. We can assume it was not Greek words that Yahusha spoke, but Hebrew was his last word, which would have been shalom. And bowing his head, he gave up his ruach. So there you go. He died. So he bowed his head, gave up his ruach. Okay. And so according to John, the only eyewitness which stood at the bottom of the stake, his last words were, Asha, this is your son. And son, man, this is your mother. And then his final word was shalom. He definitely spoke Hebrew. Okay. All right. So Now we have looked at all these four witnesses, and they all say something different. Except for Matthew and Mark, they are in agreement. So what did Yahushua say, man? What was his final words? Why is all this in contracts? Are these contradictions? Or how can this be explained? How do we explain this? Lashia?
Perspectives. Like if we all were to see the same thing occur, each of us would pull something different from it, especially if we're scattered in different places. We're not going to all hear the same exact thing. So it's not that it's a contradiction. It's just a matter of perspective and what we draw from it.
That's Christianity. We need to flush Christianity out of our minds. Dave? Can't hear you, Dave.
Sorry. Is it like that? And I'm bringing up Pentecost, or I'm still trying to further to that. It's like he spoke, and we heard what we needed to hear. Like we heard what we were supposed to hear. Each person individually, sort of.
There's no proof that Matthew, Mark, or Luke heard Yahushua say anything at all.
That's right.
And so their witness must come from someone else that was up there. More than likely from one of the women. They had talked to one of the women. And that's what they told him that he said right before he died. Keep in mind, Matthew and Mark both said he cried out with a loud voice and then died. All right? So they both agree he said something at the very end, but they didn't know what it was. Why? Because they weren't there.
Right. That's right. That's right.
They had no idea. Maybe they heard him scream something at a distance, but they just couldn't quite make out what he said. And so they just put, he cried out and then breathed his last. See what I'm saying? That tells me they didn't talk to Eleazar before they wrote that down. They didn't have a conversation with Eleazar, or he would have told them. He said shalom, which is last when he cried out. In other words, if Matthew and Mark would have went up to Eleazar and said, hey, he said, I heard him scream something. He cried out something and took his last breath. What would he say? And then Eleazar said, oh, he said shalom, because she was standing right there. See what I'm saying? But they didn't know. Obviously, they didn't know because they didn't record it. So what's going on here, folks? Is there a contradiction? No. So what's the explanation? If it's not a contradiction, then what's the explanation? There cannot be a contradiction unless there's someone who's accusing the other person of lying. There's no one accusing anybody of lying here, so there cannot be a contradiction. So what's the explanation? Anybody got a second hand, have a watch with a second hand on it? Anybody? Who's got a second hand on their watch? Anybody got one? Kate? Okay. You ready? You tell me when to go. Tell me when to go and you time me.
Okay, go.
Asha, see your son, see your mother. Father, into my hands I commit my ruach. My all, why haven't you forsaken me? Shalom! I'm dead. How many seconds did that take?
14 seconds.
Okay, so within 15 seconds of Yahushua's final breath, he could have said all them things. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down? There's no contradiction here. He said them all. And that's why they're recorded.
Wow.
Any thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Ike.
I love the Ruach, man. The teaching is outstanding.
And we have the Ruach to confirm all that is being said by the word.
That's awesome.
Any further comments, questions, thoughts? No? Okay, Phil.
Verse 47. And the captain, seeing what took place, praised Elohim, saying, Truly, this man was righteous. And when all the crowds who had gathered to that sight saw what took place, they beat their breasts and went away. And all those who knew him and the women who followed him from Galilee stood at a distance watching this. And see a man named Yusuf, a council member, a good and righteous man. He was not agreeing with their counsel. Indeed, from Ramathan, a city of Yehudim, who he himself was also waiting for the reign of Yahuwah, he, going to Pilate, asked for the body of Yahusha. And taking it down, he wrapped it in linen and laid it in the tomb hewn out of the rock, where no one was yet laid. And in preparation, it was preparation Yom, and the Shabbat was approaching. And the women who had come with him from Galilee followed after and saw the tomb and how his body was laid. And having returned, they prepared spices and perfumes, and they rested on the Shabbat according to the command.
Okay, thank you. All right, so back up here to verse 53. Well, let's look at 49. And all those who knew him and the women who followed him from Galilee stood at a distance watching this. Okay, so this is other people. Okay, I mean, it could include the 12, but it's not the women that were at the stake. These are different women. There was a lot of different women following him other than just Miriam, and Miriam. Everybody seeing that? So don't get that confused. Miriam, and Miriam was at the stake. These other women that followed him from Galilee were different women. All right. They're not going to, the Romans wouldn't let everybody get up there at his stake. You know, the reason Miriam was there because she was his mother. The reason Mary Magdalene was there because she was with the other women, was a devoted follower. And the reason the other Miriam was there because it was Miriam, his mother's sister or his aunt. And so they were considered close family and friends. And so they were allowed there. And Eleazar, probably escorting the women, was allowed to be on there. They weren't going to let a whole lot of people get on there because they could have rioted, overcome the soldiers, and then took him down off the stake, you know. And so these other women here who were at a distance were not the three Miriams and Eleazar, was different people. Okay, so down here in 53, it says, and taking it down, he wrapped it in linen, his body down, he wrapped it in linen and laid it in the tomb hewn out of the rock where no one was yet laid. Okay, so what was this? Did he wrap a huge sheet type apparatus around him? What did he do to this body? Yahushua's body. This man that was given his body by Pilate. He says he wrapped it in linen. What's that mean? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Could that be when they wrapped him in the strips of linen? Just like mummified?
Right. Right. And so he was wrapped up in strips of linen, probably somewhere between 1 inch to 3 inches, maybe wide. And then they took that myrrh, and it was like a paste. Is that what that was? whatever that was, that they took that stuff, and it was like flour or whatever. They made like a paste, and they wrapped him up, and then they pasted that all on him, wrapped him up like a mummy. And then they took a towel size wrapping and wrapped up his head with it and laid him in the tomb. And so they were really used to doing this and burying people like this. They brought this out of Egypt, this mummy-like wrappings and burial procedure. And they were good at doing it because they did it all the time to their dead. So it wouldn't take them long to get that body wrapped up in linen. Well, I remember a long time ago, me and this other guy, we were horsing around, and we took this other dude and we were holding him down, and we started wrapping him up in duct tape. We had him wrapped up in duct tape from head to foot. Boy, talking about somebody mad. Woo, was he mad. Well, anyway, it didn't take us long to wrap him up in duct tape. So these guys did this all the time. It was how they buried people. They could have wrapped him up pretty quickly, I'm sure, at least within an hour or two. And so more than likely, he died around 3 o'clock, which theoretically gave them about 3 hours, maybe 4 hours to get him down, wrapped up, and put in that tomb before it got dark, before the Shabbat came. Now, what Shabbat would have came when it got dark? Was it the weekly Shabbat? Go ahead, Raul.
First day of unleavened bread.
Would have been the first day of unleavened bread. And so on this particular year, Passover was on the 4th day of the week. And so unleavened bread would have been on the 5th day of the week. And then the 6th day of the week would have been a free day. And then the 7th day would have been the weekly Shabbat. Right? And then he resurrected before the 4th day, which would have been the first day. Any questions or comments or thoughts on that? Has everybody been able to put that all in perspective and timeline it? Makes sense to you? There wasn't no Good Friday and Easter Sunday going on. Okay. That's garbage. Even a child knows that that's not 3 days and 3 nights. Okay. So they wrapped him up like a mummy. And this was preparation day, which is what? What's preparation day? Raul?
Passover.
Passover, the day before the first day of unleavened bread, which is not a Sabbath. Okay. And the Shabbat was approaching, which was the first day of unleavened bread, not the weekly Shabbat. So the women, seeing where his body was laid, and having returned, they prepared spices and perfume at their home. And then they rested on the Shabbat according to the commandment, the first day of unleavened bread. And on the first day of the week, so that would have been three days, the 4th day. Okay. So here his body would have begun to stink in 4 days, but he resurrected. And so on the first day of the week, which would have been the sun's day, at early dawn, before it became daylight, they came to the tomb with them spices and which they had prepared, and they found the stone away. So you got to think about, if he was placed in the tomb, it was the 4th day, which his body would have stunk, and and the rock had been put over the entrance of the tomb. What were these women thinking? How were they going to get the rock removed, get in there to the tomb, and put all these spices and perfumes on his body, get back out of there and close that tomb back up and seal it. How were they going to do all that? What were these women thinking? Anybody? Ike?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm probably way out here, but the way you said it, it seems like they weren't thinking really at all. They just wanted to get down there and try to do something.
Yeah.
So,
That's right. Okay, so yeah, they weren't really thinking. They were just planning, and they were hoping when they got there, they could convince somebody to move that stone so they could go in there and do that. That was their plan. Other than that, they didn't have any access. And so they were hoping they could talk somebody into moving the stone for them so they could get in there. That was their plan. Why didn't they do it before? Well, because number one, maybe they didn't even have the perfume and spices. Maybe they didn't even have it. They had to go buy it, and then maybe it was getting too close to dark and they just didn't have time to do it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking that there was supposed to be guards at the rock. They might have expected the guards to be there.
Yeah, that's right. They were hoping the guards would push that rock away for them. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, wasn't the day wasn't it Saturday? I mean, wasn't it Sabbath that they couldn't have done anything, so they had to wait to go see him because they were respecting the law? Or am I off on that one?
Okay. So the Passover preparation day is when he died. Okay.
Oh,
they had 3 or 4 hours, which would have been a Wednesday. Okay, that year, and he would have. They only had 3 or 4 hours to get him down, wrap him up, put him in the tomb. Okay, and then get back home. And so they were short of time, and so they were in a frenzy to get all this done. Okay, they were under strict Torah, man.
Yeah,
not to touch a dead body on the Shabbat.
That's right.
Okay? And they were also under strict Torah not to leave a body hanging on a tree on the next day. Okay, if they did, then all of Israel would suffer a curse. And so they were in a frenzy to get that body down and buried. Okay, so then the next day, as soon as it got dark, okay, that began the first day of unleavened bread, which was a high Shabbat. It was to be treated like any other Sabbath. So that would have been on Thursday. Okay. And then on Friday, okay, they had a break. Okay. But they probably were really busy with unleavened bread. And so they didn't have time to go down to that tomb and do all that. Okay. And so the following day was the weekly Shabbat. Okay. And so then they couldn't go do it then. So they had no choice to wait till the first day of the week. So as soon as the Shabbat, it got dark on Saturday on the Shabbat, it started the first day. Well, after midnight and then early in the morning before daylight is when they arrived at the tomb. What day would that have been? That'd have been Bikram. First fruits. So is Bikram a Shabbat? No. Is Passover a Shabbat? No. Okay, so you see the events in the timeline?
That makes a lot more sense. And I have to go. It was great seeing everybody. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Love you all. Thank you. Cool.
See you, Dave.
Appreciate it. And thank you for explaining that. I really do appreciate it because that was just funny. Appreciate you.
All right. So they rested on the Shabbat according to the command, which was the first day of unleavened bread. All righty. Any comments, thoughts, questions at this point on anything that we studied today? Chapter 22 and 23 of Luke. We've been on for 4 hours and 49 minutes. I'm going to save chapter 24 for next week, and we'll wrap Luke up next week. It's a very interesting chapter, so we're going to save it. There's a lot there. Any questions on today's study? Anything that you heard or read that we didn't touch on that you were curious about or didn't quite understand it? Okay, so we're going to leave off here then, chapter 22, and conclude today's study over. We're leaving off with Yahusha in the tomb. Okay? That's where we're at. Yahusha's in the tomb. His body's laying there lifeless inside of the tomb. Nobody got anything to say? Comments, thoughts, questions? Go ahead, Seth.
Well, it's basically about not the weekly Shabbat, but the days that we uphold yearly that come around with the Passover. What are those days?
Say that again. I didn't quite understand you.
Well, the days that we hold as Kodesh, like the Shabbat, but not the weekly Shabbat. What festivals or like days do we hold on to besides like the weekly Shabbat? Like
No.
I don't know if I'm wording it correctly.
The appointed times. Yeah, so the first day of unleavened bread, Shabbat. The last day of unleavened bread is Shabbat. Shabuth is a Shabbat. Trumpets Shabbat. Atonement's a Shabbat. First day of Tabernacles is a Shabbat. And the 8th day of Tabernacles is a Shabbat. Not the 7th day, but the 8th day. The great day.
Okay,
Is that
so
what you're talking about?
yes. So according to the calendar that we follow, what days, like, can we find that information? Is it like on Torah Zone, the Torah Institute? If we can get all of that information from there, Phyllis.
Torah Zone sells a Hebrew calendar. On the Gregorian calendar, if you get the right calendar, it usually tells you when Passover and unleavened. It tells you when all those days are.
But
Okay?
we have a free download. You don't have to buy anything. You can just go to the PDFs, and it'll be like one of the first ones, say appointed times, and you just add that to your cart. You don't have to pay for it. And then just check out. And then you'll have a list of when the appointed times are according to our calendar.
Okay, we have quite a few of them, so we'll definitely go and get that one too.
Yeah, it's called Appointed Times 2024. Or next year it'll be Appointed Times 2025. Just a little track Lou puts out that he tells you when they go. But really on the Gregorian calendar, on the right calendar, it tells you. And it's not the same day. In other words, it may be April 10th, okay? And then when you look on the Hebrew calendar, it's would be, say, April 14th. See what I mean? But they're not separate days. They overlap. And so the Hebrew calendar on the 14th would overlap with the Gregorian calendar so that you're celebrating Passover the same day, even though it's not the same day recorded on the calendars. You see what I mean? But it is the same day. Same with the weekly Shabbat. So it correlates or overlaps with the Hebrew calendar. So that it's you're observing the correct day, even though the dates are different, appear different, and the months are different. They're named differently. See what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So if you get a Gregorian calendar and it says that it's Passover's April 2nd, and the Hebrew calendar is saying it's April 14th, it's still the same day. They overlap. You getting it? You getting what I'm saying, Seth? You're kind of giving me a blank stare.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. People say I have that. I just have just this face. It's like sometimes it's like not emotionless. I'm like I could be happy, but I have this just regular blank look on my face.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get you. I got you.
Okay. Yeah, it's not that hard. All right. Anything else, man? All that'll come to you. You know, it takes a while because there's so many different opinions of the appointed times and what we're supposed to do, what we ain't supposed to do. And, you know, and all these different calendars people go by and all this stuff. But eventually you get it figured out. It'd take a few years, but you'll get it figured out. Some people never do. Every single year, it seems like it's the same people. What am I supposed to do? What can I do? What can I do? You know, it's like, man, you know, go review last year when we told you. Some people just don't seem to ever get it, but it's really not that hard. Just remember the first 4 have been fulfilled, you know, by Yahushua exactly, accurately. And the last 3 will be fulfilled at his second coming. The first 4 was fulfilled at his first coming. So there's really nothing to do other than observe them as a Shabbat. The last 3, though, there's stuff to do because it's you know, a Kadesh Mikra, a rehearsal, you know, that we're supposed to do in preparation for what's coming, so that you're not shocked and full of fear and faint or have a heart attack when you see that sun go out. You know what's happening. See what I'm saying? Anything else, anybody? Questions, comments, thoughts? Anything at all? All right, you guys talk about whatever you want then. And appreciate y'all. See you next week, and we'll conclude our study in Luke and wrap it up.
Raul, have you heard? I don't get to talk to anybody all week long, and so I want to come in and ask you about Kinsley.
Did you, Sharon? Were you speaking to me?
Yes, Raul.
Okay, I didn't understand your question. You want to repeat it?
Oh, I said last week. Kinsley was missing.
Oh, you were asking about Kinsley?
Yeah, because I don't talk to him all week long.
Yeah, I know that we don't talk. It so happens that today I looked up, and it seems like there's a national missing persons. If you put Massena, New York Police Department, they've linked up to a national missing persons page on Facebook. All of it right now, but if you got, I'll tell you exactly the Facebook page, and they're talking a lot about her there. So let me go look 1 second, and I'll tell you.
Well, everybody else can take it, but I don't get on the social media. There's too much. No.
I understand, but it's the only way that sometimes you get information.
Oh, well, I'm
Um,
asking you, is she missing still? Is all I want to know.
Oh, yes, she's still missing.
Okay.
She's still missing, and I just lost the page where I had it. It's they don't know. They don't know, and some of the people are very frustrated in her town because they don't know if it's that the police are not wanting to say anything or that it seems like they're not doing enough because they haven't done like when people go missing that they get a bunch of people out and they start going through the different parts of town looking to see because it's been now like 3 weeks. So I mean there's people there that are starting to lose some hope. There's I think I'm getting the page back up.
Maybe I can get my daughter to go on her social media just for this.
Yeah, it's Messena Police Department because now it seems like when I go back in and her case is not back on there, now they're looking for a little girl. It's incredible how many people go missing.
And how do you spell Messena?
It's Messena, New York.
New York. Okay.
Yeah, let me see if I can do it again. Is that I'm afraid of losing, but I'll go for it again here. And what I do is I scroll and I try to find the newest information. Okay, here we go. This is from 2 days ago. And yeah, if you scroll down, they have a bunch of information on her case. But if you go one that says 2 days ago, once you click on the source link, it takes you to this Facebook page where everybody in town is writing about her case. I talked to a group of us that had more contact with Kinsley. I guess it was William Kennedy, Joseph, Edwin that had contact with her. And what I did to try and help the police is I forwarded the last post that she made on Natsarim Life to see if that would help the police. Because she put a last post on there where she was kind of upset. And I passed that on to the detective. I haven't heard from them. But it's a sad story. It's a real sad story right now.
Well, I just want to go to. I've been praying all week, but I just want to be able to talk to y'all more about.
Phyllis and Lou were pretty close to her.
Okay, I just like to.
No, not really. We weren't close to her.
She would read a lot of Lou's stuff.
She just picked up and started doing that on her own. We ran across her doing it just by accident. We don't even know, what made her want to do that. I mean, I guess Yahushua wanted her to do that, right?
Yes.
But that's all I know.
Hey, Phyllis.
Mm.
You still got that raccoon coming around?
Yes. Oh, this guy is so cute. He's half gray, and then right halfway down his back, it's like a line's drawn, and the rest of him is black.
Well, you probably already know this, but you got to be careful with raccoons. Okay.
Oh, we don't get close to any of our animals out here. No.
They spread leprosy.
Yeah. Usually, if if a raccoon comes up and eats something, if he's able to eat something, he will keep coming back. And when he doesn't find anything, he creates a mess. He'll go after your bird seed, your cat food, your bird's nest. I mean,
he already goes for the bird seed.
Okay. So, I mean, because here I've been trapping a raccoon probably once a day, and I catch them and I drive them down the road about 20 miles across a river, and I let them go. But they just once they find a source of food, you're going to keep getting them. So just be careful.
Raul, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Rael. But they are cute, especially the females. They're real, all nice and quiet and calm. You catch a male, put them in a cage, and go up to them, and you'll see how ferocious they are. So,
Mean. Hi, is it Jillia? Jillia? Is that your name? Richhill, Jillia?
Hello.
Hi. Where are you located? I see you're in an RV park or something. Do you live?
Yeah. Right now I'm in southern Florida. I have one of those. I have one of those conversion vans, so I kind of travel around seasonally. So it's getting hot here, so pretty soon I'll be heading out and going north somewhere.
Okay.
Phyllis, this is what I was talking to you about.
What?
You remember I was talking to you and Lou about it? How you can make a birdhouse out of this? This is the log.
That's pretty.
It's cedar. Yeah, it's a cedar.
That's a nice log.
We appreciate the art that y'all. So, Jillian, you're getting ready to come up north?
Yes.
So where
Look
do you
for some summer places. What's that?
Where do you usually go?
I just sold my house in Pennsylvania, but I have another place up there. So I'm looking, I like to go adventuring. So I'm going to head up the central part of the country and see what's up there. Maybe head up towards Canada.
That'll be nice. It's a lot cooler.
Yeah.
Probably beautiful this time of year.
Yeah. That's what we call chasing 70. We're chasing the 70 degrees, which it is not down here currently.
So Seth and Lashar, where do you all live?
I don't have to heard.
We're in Virginia.
Oh, you are?
What part?
Over in the Tidewater area, Hampton Roads.
Right over there? We're
Hampton
in,
Roads area.
where is it?
Over in like Tidewater, Hampton Roads.
Yeah.
Or, you know, by like an hour, like Richmond.
We live an hour from, not about 55 minutes from Richmond. We're in like St. Fredericksburg or Spotsylvania. Spotsylvania is where we live.
Oh, okay.
It's like right off of 95 there.
Yeah. Driven past there before.
Yeah, passed there a couple times. Going further up.
Mhm.
We should hook up.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
That'd be cool.
And if Julian, you're coming by our way, you can come this way too.
Good old 95. Yep.
Yeah.
It's getting, they put on more roads, but it's getting bad again. It's like now, but also we want you to what's called the smart pass or something. So
Oh
eventually,
yeah, the high speed line. Yep.
well, the high speed line is
along
packed.
95.
Mhm.
Yeah.
High speed line is also packed all the time. I mean, it's
Yep.
it's either packed one north or south, either one or the other, always. So
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say they're just going crazy up here where we're at. They're building water parks and just everything you could think of. And now we just heard rumors they're going to be building casinos. I don't know. No.
Well, they have
Yeah.
a racetrack. It's called Dominion Racetrack, and then the water park. It will probably be done in about 2 years, and then at the same time they're going to be making casinos and all that kind of stuff. Well, all along Route 1 is what they call stack and packs. I call them. You have a lot of apartments, but not a lot of places to park in the area.
It's crazy. We want to move, but yet we haven't gotten anything from Yah, so we'll just stay put until we get something. But we moved down this way from Manassas, about 45 minutes north, to get away from it, and now it's followed us down.
You were going to say something, Phyllis?
No, I'm just
That's
listening.
Kate, you doing all right?
Yes, I'm sitting here with my ankle in the air because it's not good yet. Better, but it's not good.
Yeah. Was it? Are you feeling better? Did I hear that you were sick or something last week? Or
I sprained my ankle quite badly last week. So yeah, it's improved, but yeah, try to take it easy today.
what'd you do out there by your chickens and fall down on something?
No, I was weed eating on a side hill and the grass was all wet and I fell over.
Yeah.
Could have been worse. It ain't broke, so.
I hear you. Oh well. So, what kind of work do you do, Seth?
Well, we're entrepreneurs. I was like you could say like an engineer, as a technician at one point, but we let the W-2s go and we went into entrepreneurship and have quite a few different, different ventures going on.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
We have two boys, 112 and 110.
Oh, wow.
And it just got to the point where we were just so preoccupied with work that we weren't spending a lot of time with each other. And these years are so important.
Absolutely right.
With our boys. So we said we prayed about it, and now we're home. That's my nephew in the background. Last week, I know you guys were babysitting. We're babysitting this week. So
He's getting restless.
yeah. So sorry. I know I said we have kids 10 and 12. That's not them making those baby sounds.
I was wondering about that. I said, she said 10, 12. How come I hear little children, little baby? Wow.
But yeah, it's a good thing because the way the world's set up today, they try to keep you so busy and they divide you from your family. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest reasons there, because the shift, the type of work I was actually doing, I was working a 12-hour night shift, and it was from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and just the type of work it is, you can't outwork a machine, but you're a technician and you're paid to keep these machines going 24 hours a day. And just what they expect from you, drinking energy drinks, a whole bunch of coffee was catching up to me to a point I started getting heart palpitations, and I never had any health issues a day in my life. And I work out all the time, and just having that type of health scare, it was just like an eye opener. It's like there's no way I can leave my family because of a job that they don't really care about me. They'll just replace me with the next person. But if I have a heart attack or die, it'll be a tragedy to my family. So I'm just like, I had to just start reevaluating things, get it together, put things in a proper perspective, and go at it differently. And I'm all good. That's been about what, 2 years, almost 2 years now since then. And we're not going back into that. And it's no offense to anyone who has a W-2 still, but the way we just look at it is just like it's a form of cheap labor, you know, just to wear your body down and use you and abuse you as long as they can. And
I know all about it.
To live that life.
Yeah, we refuse to let the school system raise our children too, because
that is so crazy, ain't it?
And Lakeisha, you stay home and you teach them from some curriculum or whatever to satisfy the school system.
No, we haven't gotten to that point yet, to where they're staying home with us. So we do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So they're still in public schools because we didn't want to just snatch them out of school, but we have been educating them a lot when they come home. And then also we don't want to shelter them to the point where they go out into the world and then they're kind of shell shocked. So, you know, but I've given them the option a couple of times, but they're like, no, Mom, you know, especially they're getting older now and they want to be with their friends. But I tell them, you know, when you hang around your friends, you're to be the light, you know, to show your friends something different. So
they do teach their friends a lot. They have a lot of stories they come home with, talking about Yahuwah and just having conversations with some of their friends. So they're definitely bringing fruit with them at an early age.
Yeah, I pray I can be as bold as them, because they have like no issues talking to anybody. And it's not that I do, it's just I wish that I would have that childlike personality.
Yeah, it's the greatest power right there. Childlike faith.
I had a woman I talked to the other day at Aldi's, and you know, I'm going to go in and get the two things that I want to get. Of course, when you go into Aldi's, it's more than two things.
Yes.
And there was a man that came, and then her, and we just started talking. Then it ended up going, the man left, and it was her. And we just started talking about Yahusha and, you know, just giving her his name. That's what I did. I give them their name. And she just didn't want to let me go.
Wow. Yeah.
It's like, and I'm like, Abba, you know, because he knows that once I get into it, because sometimes I don't want to talk to anybody right now, you know, but that's not going to happen once you're his. Believe me, you will not be saying that, because there's such a joy, a welling up of the spirit that won't let you do that. So I really enjoy going out and loving on people, and that is his word. As far as you're being a stay-home mom, yeah, your two boys, from what I understand, the developmental age is about the age your two boys are. When they look at you, they're going to be looking at you, and then they're going to look at the woman they're going to marry, is what I understand. So, yeah, and you're in the right place. You're in the right place that you're together.
Next week, we're getting our 3 grandsons. Their father has not taught them nothing. I mean, one's 17, one's 10?
11, 9.
Yeah, and they don't even know how to ride a bike.
They don't know how to do nothing.
It's because he's so busy at work.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about just throwing them in the truck and taking them to work with me and say, hey, this is what a man does. I think that would shell shock them too much. So I'm gonna have to think about it. So
Kind of baby step it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna go. This young fellow over here, he is just going crazy.
But there's a joy. I'm sorry, go ahead. Sometimes I have an ear delay. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, we always enjoy the calls and
Learn so much.
learn so much and just get closer and closer with Yahuwah and other fellow Natsarim that are on the same path, same journey. And we do appreciate you guys just doing what you do. We love you guys.
Yes, we love
Shalom.
you guys.
I love you too.
Baruch
Love
haba Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Well, yeah.
See you next week.
Okay.
Okay, shalom.
Shalom.
I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys also. I'm gonna go take my dogs out. I hope we all pray for Kensley a little more, so hopefully we can find her. So, shalom to all.
Okay, Royal. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Rowan.
We're going to gain it out to you guys.
Yep.
See you all later.
Shalom, Shabbat shalom.
I'm gonna go out too. I'm getting barked at big time. Shalom, I love you. Love you, Phyllis.
Katie, did you see it?
It looks so cute on you. Yes. I'm glad I was able to give you a little happiness.
Thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Nice seeing you, Julie. Haven't seen you before, so it's good to see you.
Yes, you as well. How are you doing?
I'm getting by.
Okay.
I'm getting by. Yahusha's holding me up. Well, it was nice seeing you. I'll
You
talk
as
to
well.
later.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out as well. Shabbat shalom to everyone.
You want to do
Enjoy
the priestly prayer before you leave?
Okay, sure.
Let's
We
do
can
it.
do that.
And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Hallelujah.
Love you all.
Thank you, brother. Nice seeing you. Love you.
Nice
all.
seeing
Take care,
you too.
everyone.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye.